Hello, welcome. Here I am. I made it. Look what I have. It's foam cutter. What is it? It's a thermo cut, apparently. I've heard it called a foam, not table saw, jigsaw. That's probably a misnomer. I think a jigsaw requires a moving blade, but who knows? It is what it is. According to this, it says Proxon Thermo Cut. Let's see. So I don't forget, let's start out with new subs. Over on YouTube, we've got Leonor Murray, Etienne DeLupo, the Mr. Jackie, Adam O'Dinier, Nura Esteban. My name was Taken is following on Twitch. Thank you, my name is Taken. So was mine, strangely enough. Thundercaster Morales, Feliz Alez Alzer, Edwina Kaufman, Kat Brenneman, Danica Joe, Something Acrylic, thank you from the Eastern Bloc, to the Eastern Bloc, I'm not actually in it. Kevin Fernando, Inez, what is that over an E? I don't know, but whatever that is. Inez Patricio, maybe. Lauren Galley, Barry Stewart, Naniela, Cat H, Evelyn Maya, and Elizabeth Johnson. Is that it? That's it. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, what do we got? We got rocks. Look at all these rocks. I got enough rocks to choke a camel. So this one I did the two different washes. I did the professional wash from, where is that? One of those Citadel, maybe? I'm gonna say it's Citadel. The Seraphim I did on the top there, and then let's get this not blurry, and then my own homebrew down here, and I can't tell the difference, so I'm gonna go with homebrew. I think I still need to hit it with an even darker wash for the even darkerest of cracks. What else do I have to report from yesterday? Oh, this guy, the glue finally dried on him. Oh, let's see. I've got this guy. I'm going to show it to you real quick. Now, I have LEDs. I have so many LEDs all over the place. Can I find them this morning? Nay, I cannot. So anyway, here's a simulation of what that might look like. Figure it looks like a meteor fragment or something, so it could have like a what is that, constellation pattern on there. Could be kind of cool. Anyway, yeah, so that's gonna be neat. This was the guy I was working on yesterday as well, trying to do that eroded sandstone kind of look. I've got a few good things going on this piece. I like this cleft where it was just brutally dug in and was like, whatever happens happens, and it turns out kind of nice things happen. This part here where I tried a big cut and then this little flap didn't quite pop off, but then after so I left it there, and I love it. Turned out great. I went in with the pen there to like emphasize that line. Turns out that's not a great idea. That's not what nature does. These were the places where I was trying to recreate this. I still got to do the dry brush to see if I got anywhere close. I don't think I did. This definitely needs like a very tan, yellow, beige paint job before this is going to look anything like what I was envisioning. But yeah, one of the main things I wanted to try out today, I got to dry brush this guy too. This looks pretty good, I think. One of the main things I wanted to do was play with this new device I got. This is Proxon Thermocut. I bought this on the recommendation of Black Magic Craft. Is that the channel? I think. Shout out to Black Magic Craft if you're watching. I assume you are. I assume everyone always is. There's two main brands of this type of product, and he did a nice review that said this one was definitely superior. And then he showed some super expensive jigs. This is called a jig. Well, this is not called a jig. This is called a box. However, what the jig essentially did when the jig is up is it just made a wall big enough so that you could slide your foam, and it's got a nice, turn this, see it better, so it can have consistent pressure along there. Otherwise, with the built-in piece, you can see you can hold it against that, but you'll get wobbles as it goes along the thing. So it occurred to me that it seems like any old box that will maintain a 90-degree angle will pretty much do a similar job as that super expensive one. The bad part about this is that this guy is not super tight. You can see you can significantly wiggle it if you put pressure in the wrong places. The jig that he had purchased had a little oh, pop this out here. No, this one. Okay. Has essentially this little bar along the edge so that when you can just run it back and forth, but it will always stay locked in at that perfect angle. So yeah, so I'm just going to play around and see if I end up with weird issues with alignment or angles, etc., etc. Let's see, this is the angle one, so I want to hold it in place and then tighten it down real tight like. Okay. And then this knob lets you move it back and forth when you want it where you need it. Locks into place. Which is something that the jig that he was reviewing did not have, and that seemed weird to me. Like, you pretty much just have to manually hold it where you need it. Let's see, and if I have it this way, I've got a place I can stick my fingers to really keep it in place. So this is cool if you need thinnish spots. By the way, if you're not familiar with a hot wire at all, it's essentially a wire with current that runs through here and then down to the bottom, and so it just makes this warm. It's not, if you squeeze it, you could probably burn yourself, but it's just hot enough to melt through styrofoam and styrene. And it's got a little heat gauge so you can make it hotter or cooler. Have some hand tools that do a similar job. And so you can do that kind of thing with them. That's great if you're doing like ice, like glaciers, ice caves, that sort of stuff. Obsidian. I did a little cave diorama using that once, and it looked pretty cool. But you see it a lot, I would say inappropriately, on wargaming terrains, just because it's kind of a default thing that can be easily done. So it's the first thing everyone does, and then they just kind of say, oh, that's cool, and they stop with that. And I want to push past that point. I want to get to the point where I have, where I can recreate what I want to recreate that is appropriate to the biome that I'm representing. Speaking of biomes, look at all this amazing research that I did, everyone. Okay, first up, let's talk about why am I doing this? What the heck am I up to? If you haven't been tuning in the past couple days, you may not know, I'm basically making... Oh, where did my paper go? Hope I didn't lose it. Maybe it's up here. It is. Okay. I'm making this for the background for the Colossus. You may have noticed I've been putting out Colossus videos every month for the past 17 months. God, so stupid. Yeah, number 18 coming out on the 1st. Check it out. It's going to be a good one. Right, so these things are 72 inches tall. So we tried photographing it. It was too hard in my limited space here. So I'm basically building a half or a quarter room for it so that it can have a beautiful background. I figured I might as well make it cool and look like the background of the palace. And then it occurred to me, hey, I'm always trying to do 2-for-1 stuff, especially if I can get it towards working towards the books, because that's my big vision, is to get the, not books specifically, but Tales from Talifar, my IP. I want to launch that. I want it to be out there in the public consciousness. How am I going to do that? Well, we're starting with books because that's the cheapest way to do it. I can't make a movie. I can't make a TV series. I will eventually. A game, whatever. So, one thing we're going to be doing to promote the books is going around to conventions. One thing about conventions, when you have your little booth, you want to stand out, you want to attract attention. My Colossus, which, I mean, when you see it finished, you'll understand. It's a real attention getter. Also, hey, why not have this in the background of our booth, like this awesome, well, I mean, it doesn't look awesome here, but it will once it looks like a giant castle wall, like ruined castle wall, that looks like the inside of the Colossus dungeon. So, yes, this is pulling double duty for me. I'm learning how to make the ruins that I want to make. And little drip of stuff went down into that hole. I wonder if that's going to build up and cause problems in time. I took some screenshots of the background of the Colossus, of the lair that this particular Colossus is in. This is the 6th one. So this is from the PlayStation 3 version, which is still very grainy and very, very low res, but it gets some basic shape language. This is the big hole in the roof that I definitely want to do so I can shine a spotlight through it, get some mist. It's going to look beautiful. But yeah, looking at this kind of the wall style, there's like these galleries with pillars, blah, blah, blah. And then I looked up a YouTube of this is the remake on PlayStation. What are we on, 4 now? Whatever we're on now. And so this obviously is much more prettier and has better lights and stuff. But yeah, this kind of brickwork is what's going on the floor. You can see that's, and there's some on the little walls. I'll probably want to bring some up onto the big walls, I don't know. This is a more detailed version of the gallery. So yeah, these are all just things I'm trying to do. And also, I could not tell if in the original there was actual exposed rock that wasn't carved at all, but certainly in the updated version there is. And this is very similar to the look I was getting with some of my tests. So I figure that's probably a good direction to go for part of the wall as well. Yeah, and then on that front, I looked up real rocks that kind of have that look to them, and now I have this piece of reference that I can just have sitting out here and look at and try to reproduce. So I'm excited to do that. See this breakage, cleavage going on right there? Trying to get that where you can see it in focus. This is important to me. We're going to take the time to actually focus on it. Okay, so, hello. Are you going to focus? Okay, there we go. This fracture is what I saw here that I was so excited about, and I keep trying to recreate it, and I have not figured it out yet. I went back and looked, I scanned through all the footage from that one stream the day before yesterday, and it sadly did not have me doing the carving that produced either this or this. It was all after that. These were already base coated when I started that stream. Let's see, so this was another area where I was trying to reproduce that look, and there we go. And it's not far, especially once I actually put a coat of paint on there. I think it's going to be pretty close to what I'm shooting at, shooting for, shooting with, shooting through. Let's see while I got the camera close up. So this is my inspiration file for the kind of stuff that I want to accomplish with the ruins portion of things. So this has incredible colors. I love the way it's got some of these really darks to tans to reds, and sometimes you'll get a darker one up top. It's pretty neat. It's just gonna stay on there, isn't it? I want to incorporate some kind of arches into the wall, just because it's going to be really boring if it's just a flat wall with a repeating tile texture. Here's another example of really interesting coloring. And then I was also looking for ways that I can pull some interesting decorative brick pattern out of the wall. This has these kind of little like triangular bricks poking out. You know, this is obviously some kind of interesting pattern. Oh, the thing I did not print out yet, which I need to, is some of the step wells from India. I thought it would be cool to have just like a pattern of steps that go up. It's tricky though because those are on a slope, and I want this to be essentially a flat wall. Otherwise it'll be hard to transport if they have a lot of depth to them. I want to give the illusion of a lot of depth. Here's another example of something I thought would be neat to have as fairly simplistic elements that could protrude from the wall in interesting ways. So that's where my head is at right now, and I want to see what I can do to get rocks close to that and ruins close to that. All the while experimenting with my little thingamabobby. This paper there. So one of the things I thought I'd start with is figuring out how to make bricks of a fairly uniform size. And I have all these bits that have been hand carved, but I can tell the parts that have not been carved yet. They just have a different kind of skin, a different sheen to them. Hey Damon, I'm muted. What? No. That's okay. I can be muted. Thanks for the view. Okay, so I'm gonna go on the shiny end and do some. Okay, first lesson. I need to have this box out here, not here, because I got a little bit of a waver on there. So how do you get a guaranteed flat edge when you have two somewhat crooked edges? I know there's some mathematical way to do that. I'm not sure what it is. Right. Go from here. That doesn't help. That's already straight. This one's a little bit crooked, but if I do it on that crooked edge, oh, maybe it's this. I can move it. Okay, so this is a straight edge. This is a less than straight edge, so now I can move it this way. Or see, that's where the little bit of wiggle is not so great. I can move it like so. This edge. Huh. Made sense in my head going this way. Oh, because I was holding it out. Holding it out like this. Okay. No, because of, so we're going to be moving it that way. Move it. I know. Man, my weakness of geography, geometry. That's the one. My geometrical weakness is biting me hard right now. Let's see. So if I go this way, oh, I needed to go this. Okay, not the most elegant, but that's at least probably a 45. Oh, you know what? They have tools for this. We have the technology to measure angles at Breath of Life development. Okay, so yes, that's a 45-degree angle. I wonder if this would help in any way. I'm also going off the assumption that this box is 90 degrees from the surface, which that's probably not the safest assumption. Damon has 2,500 points. Is that what is 2,500 Happy Turkey Day mean? I don't know. I don't know what that 25 is. Did you give me bits? Sorry if I missed it. I need to have my headphones in so I can hear special little dingle-dongles happen. Okay. So I'm going to try that on this side again. I mean, probably what the answer is just don't start with an irregular shape. Which I also have the power to not do because I have lots of, I bought lots of the material, so that should not be a, Okay, that's also a way to do it. So I can move this along that, or I can move that like that. I don't know if one is better than the other. I feel like probably moving the foam is a little better. Okay, so the other issue is that this thing has a grid that's in centimeters instead of inches, and I would rather have it in inches because I have all my measurements in inches. Like, for instance, the bottom of these pillar things need to be 5 by 5 and then a little surrounding of 6 by 6. Or does it? I need to look at what the actual dimensions of this is. This is 6 inches. Pretty much. Maybe if you meet them together like that, they would be. Okay, yeah, they're 6 inches. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. It's like I thought ahead or something. I also wonder if this could be used for anything. Can move that along. That might actually be better than this. That's going to be less likely to, this is not going to wiggle in the same way that the other thing did. I'm still having to hold this down as opposed to having it locked down and being free to use both hands, which would be ideal. Okay, well, let's see. Okay, I'm going to put these papers in here, okay? Right down in here. Don't let me forget, that's where they're going. Okay. Hi, hon. Okay, so that's all torn up piece. I want to start with a non-torn up piece. Let's see if there's a good way to do that. This is a full length. One side is fairly flat, but not completely. I had to do a lot of cutting at the parking lot at Lowe's. This is 4 inches, yeah. So this is a cut-off piece that I don't need. So what's a way to break this down efficiently that's not going to waste a ton of material? I guess I could. I think I can. Angle it so I'm not bumping that end way over there against other stuff while I'm trying to carve it. So is there a way to get this to move back and forth without like maybe, can I lock it in place with that? about like this. And this can kind of hug that. And then that can slide. Let's just try it. See what happens. Yeah, it's not making the straightest, but it's not super not straight. Just a little bit not straight. Okay. So, for the sake of simplicity, since we're measuring everything in inches, I would think ideally would do like a 1 inch by 2 inch bricks. Let's start with that. Don't know if that's where we'll end, but it's a good place to start. Man, it sure would be great if these were marked in inches. Let's see if there's a way to do that. I'm assuming that if I just mark it with a pen, it's going to rub right off. But I'm not going to assume. I'm just going to try it and see what happens. So let's see. It measures from that direction, obviously. Okay, so this would be 1 inch. I wonder if I could like acid etch on this or something. Whoa, 2 inches is almost exactly on the 50 centimeters. Is that right? Is 2 inches really almost exactly 50 centimeters? Stupid American brain, stupid American political and educational system, that this is even a problem for me. America. Okay. Centimeter, 2 inches. So it says it's 0.39 inches for each centimeter. So 50 centimeters. Oh, these must be millimeters. These can't be centimeters. Down to millimeters. Okay, yes, 50 millimeters is 1.9685. So about 1.9 and a half. Okay, well, confirmed, I think. Although it should be just shy of the 50 mark, not just after it. But that might be my angle. According to this, it really does go past the 50. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm marking inches. That was just a kind of curiosity of mine. Oh, interesting. The last inch is literally the end of the board. One. 2. 3. 3 licks to get to the center. Okay, let's go the other direction. What is an easy way to etch on metal? I guess I could use my Dremel tool. really should be marking half inches as well, shouldn't I? This is really bothering me. I need to find out what that 2500 is. Clicking on it doesn't tell me. Let's go to the dashboard. Will that tell me? Somewhere there's a history of things that have happened. Alert box. Is that what I want? That's a widget. Let's see. Let's go to donations. Does that tell me anything? No, that is for setting up the thing. Where do I just see the history of things that have happened? Right here. This is the URL to your tip page where viewers can send you donations. Huh. Why is everything so annoying? Why isn't it just built into the thing? Oh hey, here's loyalty points. Is this where I can give Aletha her birthday loyalty points? Let's find out. Man, I'm bad at this. Donate money. No, I don't want to donate money to myself. There's a leaderboard. Not enough tipping data. So maybe that means no one is tipped. Which tipping could be completely different than bits for all I know. I hate this. I hate everything about technology and programs. Why can't they just be the way I imagine them to be? Where I can just see what I need to see. Why, everyone? Why? Here's logs. Okay. Here's a log of Damon's post where PogChamp 2500 Happy Turkey Day. But I still don't know, does that mean that 2500 was a number of bits that he gave me? I will never know. There's... Oh, God. Okay, well, I give up for now. I'm gonna hire someone to just sit down and explain this to me in a document that I can refer to whenever I need to. Because, man, I'm tired of being an idiot. Like, is everyone else just way smarter than me? Or is there something about my brain that just doesn't understand the, like, basic concepts at play in software interfaces? I mean, I know I'm good at... Well, I'm not great, but I'm decent at articulating ideas, but I am really bad at comprehending new software. What does that mean? Maybe that means, on the whole, I am, like, literally stupid. That's possible. I just, like, am above average in one little area, but everywhere else I'm actually stupid, which is fine. Being smart is not my primary goal in life. But it's so infuriating when it seems like there are these children who just understand, oh yeah, of course you go to this other website, and of course you click on this one random site over here to access this information you're looking for. And I'm like, what? How is that of course? What in your brain is telling you that is the thing that you're supposed to do? This old man grumpy moment brought to you by my sponsors at, oh, I forgot the name of the nursery already, and I don't have my cup with me. Darn. Damon Rat's Nursery, where you get 1,000% off your first order of $0 or more. Okay. Let's see how fast these things rub off. Oh, I wanted to keep this up here. Yeah, it looks like I already got gunk all over it. That must be stuck on here somehow? No? On the foam I was cutting? Probably came from somewhere. In my professional opinion. Came from somewhere. I'm going to keep this here because I probably want to make marks. Ooh, I wonder... No, I probably don't need that if I'm using this. Okay. Now, where was I? I was trying to cut 1 by 2 blocks. Now, this is already 2 inches, right? Yes. This foam block is... Oh man, it's like a smidge over 2, but we'll just call it 2. Let's see, so if it's 2, then I want to cut, let's see, into 1 inches this way. So I could do it by dragging it. Let's see, I'll set this at 1. Guessing this wasn't cut perfectly straight because that little scry line is obviously getting further and further away from that. I made an interesting texture in there. That's one of the things, let's see if I could find it, on here that I really liked. Yeah. Is where you'll have bricks that are more or less intact, they just have a nice texture on them, but then other ones where they're just like practically obliterated, just worn down like crazy. So it's cool to have places like this where it's just like, rah, done. I'm leaving you behind, said the clean-faced brick. Okay, so we're gonna say this is an inch, 1 inch tall, 2 inches wide. Let's see, and then whatever depth we want. So let's just say we want to do 1/2 inch depth. Inch. Yep, definitely rubbing my numbers off, so we need to find a way to etch those in place. I'm not happy with how not well that's... Okay, that's definitely going to be cleaner, less angled. Something else I might want to try. Well, I'll do another experimental brick next. So I want to try, what is that called? Beveling the edges along a whole one of these things, and then each of the ones I cut off will be automatically beveled. Yeah, so I'm getting more and more clearly skewed as I go. That's fine. We're in the learning phases. I'll figure out why that's happening. I wonder if I put it this way, will that start to counteract that, or will it exacerbate the problem? Hey Vesberg, how you doing? What is this? I'm assuming this is a little foot. It popped off from me scooching it around so much. Indeed, one little foot. Okay, I'm gonna grab my Dremel tool real quick and make a bunch of really bad noise. Anyone want to place bets on how many of these little cutter heads I'm going to have to replace just to scry some lines in? I'm going to say 800. Because for some reason I have not seen a quick replace thing for this process. It's just ridiculously slow and obnoxious every time you have to replace the cutoff wheel. Measurements back. Safety first. Oh. Speaking of safety, it is going to be necessary to actually plug the Dremel tool in. And for everyone else's well-being, let's turn the audio. Let's see, is this the one we want off? Test. Yeah. Okay. I'm back, everyone. Now that all the bad noises are done. Vesperg, you're going with the conservative estimate of 3 as to how you're doing, I'm assuming. Hey, I have no problem with conservative estimates. That's cool. Brimstar, looks like a very nice workspace you got there. Well, you know, I just cleaned it up. It's nice for now. It's going to get much worse very quickly. Vesperg says, looks a bit like an art store with a pinch of Mythbusters vibe. I'll take it. If I could get a quarter of the views of Mythbusters, I will take it. 76, welcome. How you doing? I'm notching the table because it's in millimeters instead of inches, and I needed inches. I'll just type that. Okay. Just out of curiosity. Guessing some kind of die would be the best way to mark these numbers more permanently. But this will do for now. Clear this Dremel stuff away. Okay, so what I was trying to do before I was so rudely interrupted by myself. Oh, hold on, not quite done with the rude interruption. Need to make sure this is actually straight. So you push it, whoop. So to keep the tension on there, you're supposed to press it down, tighten the spool, and then lock it into place. Okay, now, before I was so rudely interrupted, these things like to pop off. I need to super glue this into place. I'm guessing. Okay, I was going to do a brick pattern of some sort. It's going to be 1 inch by 2 inches. But man, some of these guys are not healthy blocks. So it looks like because of the original cut, was messed up by that pre-existing score mark on there, that these will not work out being stacked this way, because the inch is to that part, not the broken off part, and so if they go there, it's going to mess up the whole thing. But I imagine they could go this way just fine. And I'm just going to go ahead and say no to this music. Oh, but if these faces go out like that, that's totally acceptable. So I'm guessing what I should do is a couple experiments where I just mount these guys with, you know, a variety of techniques and see what ends up working out best. What do I mount them to? I guess other foam is probably best. Yeah, although if you're not seeing through them at all, I guess it doesn't matter. What do I got that's cheap and easy to mount to? Got some, what's called board, foam core, but that's kind of expensive. Yeah, this piece of scrap cutting board seems like it's just as good as anything else, except it's kind of a pain in the butt to cut. Which reminds me, I should get a glue gun. Okay. Okay, so I know there's several different ways to have these not razor cut sharp, which typically doesn't look right for ruins. One thing to do, ironically, is to use a razor to hack away at some of their edges. There's also a technique I want to try. Do I have a container I can do this with? It seems like... Yes. One moment. Really need to come up with a better headphone approach. Ooh, wireless headphones. That sounds like something I should ask for Christmas. And they're locked under the wheel of my table. Somehow magically got hooked under there. Wow, okay. Let's not throw our $120 device on the floor, okay? Okay. So, here's a technique I picked up, I believe, also from Black Magic Craft. That guy's a font of knowledge. Not sure the right proportion here, but we're going to start with this. And muting you guys for a second. This is going to get really loud and obnoxious. So he did it in a coffee can, which I feel like is probably better because you're going to get more up and down smashing. I don't think there's enough room in this for what I've got. I have a bucket, but it's got stuff in it I don't want to get residue. Well, ooh, I bet I can wash it out pretty easy. So I've got these buckets from the Freeform Air. But as you can see, it's got Freeform Air residue in there. But I'm thinking I could probably wipe that out with acetone since I have some on me. Not on my body, but in the studio. Oop, bad traffic. I guess that's not a surprise. My parents are delayed, which is fine. I wanted to stream for a long time today. Let's see if we can beat my record of 4 hours and 58 minutes. What was I doing? Oh, I was cleaning this. You get the trash can view now. Studio doesn't look so great now, does it? Oh, those fumes are not great. But they are cleaning it out pretty well. Wow, that's some good, some good dye. This is the So Strong tint, and I can acetone off the printing, but not the tint. Well, I guess it's coming off a little bit, but slower than the ink. That's funny. Just occurred to me. So I've got acetone kind of saturating this rag. Is that a way to get around edges? Because when it's on a paintbrush, it kind of has different properties. The way it gets distributed or smeared onto the material. It seems like this is a good way to get just a very fine residue on there. Like these little flappy things, right? I would love a way to be able to just kind of wipe those down without getting rid of them altogether. Like sanding is one way to do it, which will give you a certain look, but I'm exploring to see what other random looks you can get. I have to see what that's like painted. Okay, let's get these fumes out of my face. Let's see, I accidentally set the container down there. That's what happens when you just get drops on your foam. Okay, I'm gonna mute you guys again. Oh, sorry, I'm muting me, not you guys. I mean, it definitely bangs up the, you know, gives you a pretty even noise texture all over them. It's not rounding all the edges as much as I wanted. Asperg says if you keep using the acetone in the closed studio, it's going to turn into a Dutch stream. Oh, I don't know what a Dutch stream is, but it sounds terrifying or wonderful. Alright, Basford, you come right back when you can give me a definition of a Dutch stream. Hopefully it's not like a Dutch oven. Alright, I'm just gonna try it with this amount of effort and then see if more or less effort will give me a different effect. Also seems like just smushing it into sand would be a good way to build up some texture as well. Okay. Go ahead and build it on the grid. Why not? We've got a grid there. I don't think I would ever want to need to have the bricks be a full inch deep. But I might surprise myself. Yes. style. Hot glue, so annoying. Okay, I'm gonna try something different now. What will it be? I don't know yet. Well, one thing I want to experiment with is certainly smaller, doing smaller, or flatter, thinner. Something different about the bricks. I want to make more guys like this. And I'm trying to determine how confident I am in the sureness of any of these particular sides. This one seems a little better. So, I want to make pieces like this. Is it better to go all the way down to get the profile shape that I want like that, and then cut it like cheese slices, or is it better to do, what's the other option? Maybe that's the only option. There's my wooden box boy. Here we go. Okay. I want to get, maybe if I draw it, that will help my brains. How does the wire thingy cut the bricks? It's got an electric current running through this little wire, makes it just hot enough to melt a very thin line in foam. Okay, so, okay, so this is 2, right? Yes, that's 2 inches. So we want to do a 1 inch from here. Should be about there. So to cut, I can just, okay, yeah, I don't need to mark it because I went through all the trouble to put these markings on the board itself. Didn't I? I did. So in theory, if I set this to 1 inch, then I should be able to run this. Yeah, this is where practice comes in. I'll know where to put my hands to make sure that there's enough space for me to not have to switch positions and get that little wiggle in the middle. But Okay, so now I can slice, 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 slice. But I was thinking, if I did a angled cut, by adjusting this, to loosen this, yes, okay. So let's just do 45. What is this? That's not 45. That's something else. Do I have a 45 thingy? Do I need a 45 thingy? Doesn't matter what it's set at. I feel like it doesn't matter, but then I also feel like when I have those feelings are wrong. They like bite me in the butt later. So I'm going to use a known angle by matching it to this, so that if I have to go in and do a counter angle or whatever, I'll be working off of a known quantity. Okay. So since the wire is longer now, you have to turn up the voltage a little bit, because it has to travel further. At least that's what I've been told. Could be lies for all I know. What is catching? Oh, what's catching is that little jostle, little bump that I accidentally made when I moved my hand last time. Now it's magnifying. It's now put little bumps there. Who knows what downstream effects those are going to have. It's like developing software. Now, is that easier or less time consuming than just doing this? I imagine for things that have to fit together precisely, it's better to do the wire. But when you're doing just rounded, worn ruin rocks, you're going to end up with more interesting noise pattern doing it with the knife, and you don't have to reposition your wire. Of course, ideally you'd have a knife that stayed sharp. I also want to know how I can get this. I'm not sure how that happened. That's a pretty cool surface. It definitely reminds me of some of the surfaces on this guy. Okay, the nice thing about the wire is you don't end up with all these little flakes. Oh, the other quick technique I could do is just sand this down. But now I'm wondering, actually, while I have it angled like this, what happens if you make bricks that are odd shaped like that? You end up with an interesting pattern. Let's find out. those little triangles get me? That could be something interesting. Obviously, I could set them up. Interesting patterns going out this way, but they're super thick. I was thinking more along the lines of what happens if they're actually on the wall like that. Or is there some interesting... do something like that. Again, I'm trying to, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, trying to do something that's reminiscent of these, this dungeon in the Shadow of the Colossus game. I'm not worried about reproducing that exactly, but I'd like to evoke something along those lines. This makes me wonder if I start them in a configuration like this. Just for giggles, let's find out what happens. And then you end up with these little guys. Oh, interesting. We've got a pyramid in the middle and three-sided, whatever those are called. Huh. Yeah, I was interested in doing some pyramidal kind of nubs. This wall has those kind of little spiky pyramids poking out. So it's nice to know there's a way to do that now. I'll have to remember to check 150 on my timeline if I need to recreate that. Oh, now I get two of those pyramids, one of the threes. There's some kind of fascinating maths going on here that I don't understand. Okay. Well, I'm glad I did that. Don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. I'm going to toss them in my bucket. This is going to be my bucket of bricks. Okay, what else can we do with triangles? Let's go back to the straight edge. Anything fun to do? Well, I could do this kind of thing. It's cool. Okay, this is pretty perfect intermission music, so I'm gonna go take a break and then I'll answer Vasberg's question. Okay, Vasberg is asking, say, if you don't mind the curveball question, if you had any experience with epoxy resins, I'd like to give them a try, but I'm a bit afraid of their toxicity. Do you have any suggestions for working with them? I recommend starting out by familiarizing yourself with toxicity by listening to the fantastic System of a Down album by that name. Oh, look at this, my little wire snappeted. Did you guys do that while I was gone? You jerks. Let's see, epoxy resins. So, often in different countries, these are called different things, so I'm not sure exactly what you mean. epoxies that I use are like epoxy sculpt, right, which is the stuff that I do a lot of sculpting with. But then there's also like these two-part epoxy for like gluing stuff. I'm trying to think, the type of epoxy that is like the clear stuff that's not glue and it's not moldable stuff, but you pour it into a mold. Is that what you're talking about? The two-part see-through solution. Yeah. I've used that a little bit. I plan on using it some more. I'm doing a tutorial on doing like dragon eye things for this sword that needs dragon eyes, of course. Here's how you replace the thing. I don't have enough experience to give good or bad advice on them yet, except that there seems to be quite a broad range of quality. There's really bad ones out there, so don't assume just anything's going to work well for you until you do research. There's the craft stuff that you can get at craft stores, which is kind of different than stuff that you would get at like special effects kind of suppliers. So I may have tightened the wire too much. Would be one possible reason why it snapped. I'm guessing. Vesberg, what are you trying to create with the resin? Are you trying to cast like things that you've sculpted? Okay, I was making triangle bricks. And it's fun to have triangle bricks, but I don't know that they're... It surprises me. It shouldn't, but it does surprise me that you end up with the Triforce shaped blocks with that angle. So it's an inch on every side. I would think that you would need the like 45-degree angle, not this. What is this? A 60? Oh, look, here's the angle measurement thing here. This is a 30-degree. It looks like. Yeah. So I cut them at a 30-degree angle. This other one, I'm guessing, is 60. Yes. And I ended up with perfect Triforces. Well, I mean, that's a really good thing to know. It's against my intuition, but my intuition is always wrong. Man, you would not believe when I went to art school and I had my first perspective, drawing with perspective class. So you see this block here, and you see how it's 5.5 inches across, right? And they said, well, if you rotate that like this, it's going to be longer on your page from one corner to the other. I was like, no, that can't be right. That's impossible. But yet, look at that. It's definitely longer on your screen than it is if it's like this. Why my intuition screamed that so hard, I don't know. Just let you know, my intuition's all wacky. Let's see. Vesberg says, imagine creating an amber jewel, basically enclosing a model with a lightly dyed resin. That's what I'm after. Cool, yeah, I'm actually doing pretty much exactly that. I'm doing these like frost demon eyes, which have like a little snowflake iris in the middle. So yeah, that will be coming. I mean, probably not in time for you, but at some point I'm going to do a tutorial on that. I'm a bit torn about the non-toxic ones, as I'm not sure if I can still sand it without safety measurements, etc. Yeah, I wish I had more experience. I could advise you, but I do not have enough experience with them to give you good advice on that. I guess I'll leave this up here. What am I doing? I'm playing with triangles. I made triangles, which is cool, but let's see. I think what I want to do is something a little wonkier. Yes, I want to do something wonkier. So if I move it, say, this way, but just a random amount. Not that much. Like that. So I don't need them to be that thick. What does that give me? I wish that knob wasn't there. Okay, so I'm thinking, okay, so I could either do a pattern like this, where it just has this little overhang on each layer, which I think is interesting enough to kind of explore. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of these this way and just have that as another treatment. Asperg, your nickname used to be the worst illustrator of all. That's an impressive title. I can only imagine how hard you'd have to work for that. Oh, worst illustrator of the house, not the world. Okay, never mind. That's not that impressive then. Time for more acetone fumes. Yay! So I was thinking, what happens? Oh, interesting. So I've got blobs here. Let's see what happens. So that should melt in kind of a blobby form. Oh wow, that made it want to bond to the whatever this surface is for some reason. That's weird. Okay. So before I stick them together, I want to do different treatments to these because the rocks are, you know, the rocks next to each other are almost always from different parts of the quarry, if not different parts of the world, so they're going to have different properties as far as how corroded or melty they'll be. And if you stick them all together, like these ones are all stuck together here, if I did some treatment over this whole thing, kind of like I did with the rolling rocks, you know, if I spattered them equally with acetone, it's not going to have the same look as if they're individually kind of differently corroded, differently attacked by the elements. And so then you end up with, you know, these could be right next to each other, but this is a nice flat smooth surface and this is all pitted. If they were all together, they would end up like the pitted treatment would cross over two bricks, and to me that makes it less realistic. Do a little spattering. Another really good way to quickly add worn edge. Oh wow, that's cool. Get a little bit of scratching and a little bit of melting if you've got just a touch on the bristles. And the longer I hold it on there, the more it dissolves. Drive into Catchia. Oh, time to drive. Catchia tonight if I'm still going. Okay, cool. We'll see. It's quite possible. So rough sandpaper, boy, that gets those edges down fast. And you could also do it pretty unevenly. The downside is it does leave the little boogers on there that the acetone does not. And then those little edges end up getting highlighted when you dry brush, and usually it's not a good look. Sometimes it can look like little bits of like sand or pebbles or whatever, but quite often they defy gravity in a way that just makes them kind of stand out as unrealistic to me. See if there's maybe there's a method to sand that gets less of that. One smooth stroke. Still don't know how I feel about the foil technique. I think it's probably one of those things that, in the right context, it's great. Hilke Moeller just subscribed. Hey, welcome, Hilke Moeller. I'll bet I pronounced your name perfectly, didn't I? No, spoiler. I did not pronounce your name properly. But feel free to put it in a way that I can describe or pronounce it, and I'll do my best to try again. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, so one way I can do this is typical brick pattern of overlapping get it so you can both see it and no, not my crotch. There we go. Okay. That's more better. I didn't focus though. Okay. So, I could either have it. I really need to get rid of this strap on this camera. It is nothing but pain. Okay, overlapping and all facing in the same direction, so you get kind of a fish scale effect, or just stacked up like so. Just gives you a little bit more of a grid. I don't know that the angle is really like speaking to me yet. Another way to do it would be to put the angles off the, let's see, there's a word for that, counter or something? Oh, okay, so what if we offset and counter? That might be starting to be something. Especially if the angle was a little bit more, that might be more of a thing. Yeah, so I'll try another batch with more of an angle. Oh yeah, well, let me go ahead and just glue these down. Glue needs to heat up a little bit more. Let's see, how hard is it to remove this dumb strap? Okay. Use strap. Go in the camera area and be lost forever. I know literally tomorrow I'm going to really need that strap. That is just the nature of the universe. I wonder if anyone could invent a glue gun that doesn't leave strands. triangle time. What happened to all my pyramids? I threw them in a bucket, didn't I? Out of curiosity, is there a way to get patterns such that is that really all the flat triangles I made? Like a dummy dum-dum. Yeah, there would need to be a 60-degree one in there to get it even. Okay, what about my 3-sided? Is there... Ooh. These 3-sided ones are not, like, they're wonky in one angle or another. If I did that, then let's see. Just try that as a little feature, and then I'll put regular bricks around it. I have a bunch more of these. try. I think I'm gonna do the rattle bucket thing on some of these and not others. Let's see what that ends up giving me. I guess in this case I don't need a bucket since there's so few of them. Don't worry, I'm remembering your ears. Oh, so I had this idea. What if I used a really irregular surface like foil, put some acetone on that, and then use that to give me nice irregular acetone forms. That's like foil crumple on steroids. Have an idea with this one. What if what's the way to do what I'm thinking? Against there. sure ended up a different length, didn't it? Try turning the heat down a little bit. Let's see. Get a little more precise. Yeah, that heat being so high is melting a bunch of the foam around where I was aiming. So after the foam gets melted, either chemically or with heat, it kind of gets a little skin over it that then makes it so it's heat and chemical resistant. So I'm having to kind of carve and draw with this to get through that skin. So I'm going to try doing some grout filling in this little area. I'll try doing some pre-paint right now, and then I'll do a test where I do a paint job and then do the grout afterwards and see if that's a viable option. Downside to that is that for ruins, the grout is going to get into all the little cracks and stuff that, according to the history of the ruin, cracks would develop after the grouting, so grout would not be in the cracks. Or the fractures, rather. Whatever, yeah. So, I need a different word for the gap. Okay, gap. So when you build with tile or brick, you have, or stone, you have gaps between them. And that is what mortar fills. But then later, the rocks and mortar develop cracks. And that is where you would not want the mortar to be. In fact, I think I'll do the bottom mortar second. That's going to be a good grouting brush. Kind of crappy. Let's try this one. Something that could be kind of interesting is if I weather the rocks after the grout, and the grout gets the same weathering. It should be good for realism. Might as well try it on this other one too. So I got big old gaps in there. Do pre-painting on this half. Another method I should try is actually putting the mortar between the rocks and letting it squeeze out. Also, while I'm at it, see what happens if I do some of this, where I just put some smears on and then sand it down afterwards. Teas Felicia, subscribe. Thank you very much, Teas. Teas? Teus? I don't know what 2 dots over an I means, but thank you. Yeah, okay, let me do a quick test where I mush some bricks together with grout in between. So I'm gonna cut some fresh bricks. Boing. Okay. Well, I am learning about too much pressure. Under pressure. Dun, 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 dun. Hi, Letha. How's it going? So let's cut 1 inch off of here. Let's see if I can figure out a way to do this cut without the wiggle. I'm doing all right. I was shocked to be able to get to sleep by midnight last night. Woke up at like 9:30 or 10. Played some Dead Cells for about half an hour to get my adrenaline pumping. That's the only way I can get out of bed these days. It's an interesting pattern. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it at that angle. Started the stream by noon. It was a miracle. A Christmas miracle. Thanksgiving miracle. Okay, so now I've got these 2 inch by inch. Now I can just do my 1/2 inch bricks. Just by going. Pop. I could turn up the heat a little bit, move these guys along faster. Yeah, I keep having this goal that someday I'm going to start a stream at like 10 a.m. just so I can catch people in different time zones that I don't usually get, but man, that has not happened yet. Having a day where it's okay to sleep in, where I don't actually sleep in, hasn't happened. That's why my kids never got to do sports. It's just It's like, I am not getting up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday to take you to a karate thing or a soccer game or whatever. Let the good parents do that for their kids. That's probably enough for my needs. Let's give them a quick shake up. I'm gonna leave these ones because that texture is just divine. I still am not sure how I got it, but I need to figure that out. Are going on mute. While they're all in a jumble, give them a spritz of acetone. A couple of them a good work over with it. Okay. Let's do some killer grouting. Wonder if using a miniature little what are those little spatulas that you use for applying grout to bricks? Whatever that is. Let's see what happens. Oh, how am I gonna glue this down and grout it? Do I put grout down first? Yeah. Okay, maybe I don't know if this will even dry if there's a bunch on the ground between the bricks, but we'll find out. And how do I get it to stick to the surface? Maybe when I just press the bricks on, that'll do a good enough job. Alright. Here's my little guy. Some water here. Scoop. suppose I could put the putty on, do a dab of hot glue, and then put it down. I'll try that next time. See, here's where I don't want the grout to go, because that is a little pit that ostensibly developed well after the bricks were laid. I don't know if texture and yeah, for ruins I probably do want a gritty texture for the mortar. One thing I could do is add sand, although it's tricky enough to get it to stick as it is. I imagine if it's sand in it, it'd be even harder. Another thing I need to consider is that I could use freeform air for this purpose and see how that works. I also want to see, can I get that like squish out look? Try another one over here. Let's see if I can squish out. So would that be a matter of distributing the putty on there in a more consistent way, maybe? Maybe I need to do a little trimming before I lay it. Either way, this is getting to the point of pedanticness where, I mean, this is not a realistic, viable thing to do for, you know, the giant walls that I'm going to be doing. This is more just out of curiosity right now. Maybe I want it to be a little damp before I squash it down. You destroyed the cat's trust in you. You had to chase them all down and give them Dwemer pills. What are Dwemer pills? Isn't that a fantasy creature? Dewormer. Oh, okay. Are you not respecting your cat's rights to have worms? Yeah, how dare you? How dare you? Molasses named his worms. Wow, that's hardcore. Alright, I'm just gonna leave them with the grout squished out like that and see what that ends up looking like. Okay, I'm gonna need a bathroom break. I'll be right back to continue El Exploration now.
stuff up.
All right. My family got here, mom and dad and son. But I'm still going to stream for a while.
What's happening?
I don't care about them. Okay, guest starring Shane Foreman. Come over here. So, here's what's happening now, and I cannot figure out how to stop it from happening. So, when you press on an area, it does the focus thing, but it also does a light thing. Okay, let me show you a specific example. So I'm working with the blade. It catches the light. Oh, of course not. Wait. Okay, it catches the light, and see what it does. How do I make it so it doesn't auto adjust the thing?
Keep it on AFC, not ASSF and stuff.
I don't know what any of that means.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
What
Try it again.
What are you moving?
This thing right here. It goes from manual focus.
Well, that's a focus thing. This is
Also,
about light.
I know aperture could affect it too. Here.
Yeah, it's still definitely happening.
So maybe set it to shutter. Now it's that's kind of weird. Okay. Highlight shot. Stop looking at my resolutions or whatever these are. What are these called? Settings.
Settings?
Yeah, stop it. It's very
Sorry,
rude.
the whole stream
Turn away.
gets to see your filthy resolutions.
What just happened? TV output in progress.
Yeah, sometimes you need to shut it down and turn it back on to get. Yeah, when I was trying every different setting and it booted me off the thing, and then you have to convince OBS to
Hey,
see
come
you
on.
again.
Come on.
No, you can still work with it.
I know, but I need to test if it works now.
You can test it on that. I mean, what that sees, the stream sees.
Here's a knife. I think I fixed it. Just set it to camera, I think.
To the M movie camera?
Yeah, try it like your own way, and I'll see if it works, because I can't position it.
Okay, let me have to try this. And this. Okay, and then back to cam link. Now it'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah.
That works?
Okay, now how can I set it to brighter or less bright? ISO?
Yeah. But if you want it to... Yeah, ISO. Or if, yeah, just ISO, there you go.
And then, hold on. So, for...
you don't have to do that, you can just...
You can just what?
Just lightly hold this down.
Oh. Okay, so if I want to focus on the webcam... actually, I want to focus on something way in the distance there. That picture. Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot about that picture. Hold on. Still not done. Okay, now. I want all that junk to not be on the screen. And so... Yeah, I was cycling through that, and I can't get to one that has nothing.
Great, okay.
Oh boy, what did you do?
TV out... Freaking TV output! You're gonna be losing viewers. If your 6 viewers are gonna start to cry.
It's fine.
Yeah,
They can handle it.
No, they can't.
It's like eating your vegetables, folks. It'll make the rest of everything else so much better.
I like vegetables. I just don't eat them. And every time I try to go to settings, it turns off. Because of the TV output.
Okay, well, let's just take this out. Just do whatever you need to do.
Feels like we should have figured this out by now.
I agree.
Okay, test it now. Might see us. How do I plug this in?
Lower slot. Here.
Got any more viewers than this before?
I don't know.
Are you gaining subs yet?
Not really on Twitch.
Nobody cares
Get a
about you
lot
on
of
Twitch.
subs on YouTube.
Dad, you just have to dye your hair blue, okay, and play Fortnite.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, and that'll be your new media. We'll be talking about art and games on it. And you'll be playing Fortnite that you suck at, like me.
Good idea.
And you see the little plus, okay, but wait. Ugh. Okay, then. Let's turn everything off. What is that? That disgust. Ugh. I'm not sure there's a way to remove that.
Usually after about 30 seconds, the
Oh, I
middle
guess
thing
we'll
will go away, but that
Oh,
side
the
stuff
side,
needs to
oh.
be gone. And now the bottom stuff is...
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it because we're in movie mode? I mean...
Probably. Let's go to camera mode, I guess. Nope, nothing happens there. Happens there. No, no.
Yeah, it does not like changing modes midstream.
I didn't come here for Fortnite and blue hair. Well, too bad. That's what you're gonna get. You're gonna go on Ellen and be super awkward.
That's the career path.
Yeah, he just went on Ellen or something. Now there's a whole meme about it. Oh, there you go. It's gone.
Hey. Well, let's stay
Oh,
gone.
now,
What are we on? We're on P now?
Stop saying that word, Dad. It's inappropriate to say on stream.
Okay, that went away. Good. Do we still have autofocus? Okay, yeah. And then that brings up the little X.
Oh, the light thing still. Ugh. Okay. Okay, just wait. We're gonna try this real quick. We're gonna see if it goes away.
Be honest, Fortnite would be better than this.
It would be, you know. You saw my video about all the horrible reviews I got on it. Yeah. You don't have to do that. You can just do this, and then does it go away? The middle part doesn't go away.
At least the light isn't changing. That's nice.
Can you deal with a little plus in the front?
I shouldn't have to.
You know, if only you got the Sony.
About $1,000 camera.
If only it's $800 now.
Okay.
If only you got the Sony.
Maybe if I get 1,000. Well, the Sony overheats when it does 4K video.
This is so stupid.
I'm gonna keep working on it.
Okay. You guys just won't be able to see it. Wait, why don't you just move this thing down that way?
Because it's just a crappy image compared to the other one. But it'll do while you're working on it.
I don't see a way to remove the whole thing. So either I can...
So that's how I make triangles.
Two people mumbling to themselves. I don't think that's premium content.
Sounds good to me.
Is that coffee you're drinking?
Paint water.
You should drink
It's
it.
the best.
You know that'll get you views. Drink.
It could be that thing where if I get enough subs, I'll
Yeah.
do something ridiculous.
I'll get a tattoo on my ass. That's right. It's like that Weird Al Yankovic thing or whatever from UHF. If nobody buys this, I'm gonna beat this baby seal. Little baby seal's like,
Club a baby seal to make a better deal.
I'll club it.
Huh. Did I break this? It doesn't seem to be. Let's see, that is the highest setting, yes. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not making contact down there. Let's see.
Plus, like, I don't understand. The plus doesn't go away. You had it differently before, didn't you?
Yeah.
Like, maybe if we reset all settings, would you be okay with that?
Anything. I want a long-term solution. I don't care how long it takes.
Okay. Buy a new camera.
I can almost guarantee there'll be some other random problem.
It's not a problem, it's just we don't know what we're doing.
That's what I mean.
Oh, I figured it out. I just had to reset settings. It doesn't change color.
Where are you on now? On in?
Yeah. I can switch it to just camera. Whatever. That thing's there though. Good on S. Oh, it needs to plug. That's plugged in. Okay.
Huh. That's weird. Elgato picks it up. No. Wait, you've got why? Whatever. It's on.
Okay, now let's see if the bottom thing goes away.
Yeah, the bottom thing is tolerable. It's like
It's
it's not
gone.
right
We did
in
it.
the middle
We
of
did
your
it,
face.
guys.
Okay, let's
Finally,
like,
250k views or subscribers. Good job, everybody. We did it.
and I can focus where I want.
Focus on the dirty water.
Let's look at my Zelda pictures. Focus. You just hold it down right here.
Let me clean the bottom of this lens.
No.
There you go, yeah. Oh, and the plus is back. Come on, plus.
Is it because you tap the screen?
Yeah.
So the plus won't appear if you don't tap. Okay,
Here.
hold on.
Turn around again. Maybe if you could maybe double tap it. Oh wait, AF. Oh, there we go.
What did you hit?
AF off. So it's AF off right here on the side of the screen.
Autofocus off. Huh. Okay. So does this count as manual focus when you hold that down?
I don't know. It's your camera there.
Good. Let's look up there. Hold that down. Beautiful. Here. Beautiful. Okay. Thanks, Shane.
You're welcome.
Now back to our regularly scheduled program. I need to buy Fortnite and some blue hair
Buy
dye.
Fortnite? It's free!
Not on Switch. I'm only going to play it on Switch.
Switch? It's free on Switch.
Oh.
Then it's
Well, you
free on
have to-
every platform, Dad. That's the point of Fortnite. That's the meme.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Too hot.
Yeah, I know. It's a pretty hot game right now. It's too hot.
It's too hot
Too
to
many
handle.
people are playing
Too
it.
cold
There's
to
too
hold.
much saturation. Wait maybe 5 years when no one's playing it.
Okay, so can confirm that it is cutting, but for some reason when I get it out to the angle that I want, it's like, nope, can't do it anymore. Even at the highest settings, so why is that? I did it before because that's how I got those triangles. Tell Grandma she could come
Oh, so you do want her in here.
stream whenever
Okay.
she wants to.
Okay, but you know, family time is important too, you know?
Yep.
Not your Twitch family.
My Twitch family is more important than
You're halfway
anyone.
there though. You have the hair that's almost died. So
Yeah.
you need to start having brand awareness. You have to start making your own t-shirts that no one wants to buy.
I mean, I do. I have them on 3 different stores.
Oh really? Do you advertise them?
I mean, they're not Josh Foreman brand, but they're, you know, Slappy Fish and Never Nude and stuff
Oh,
like
I have Slappy Fish on right now.
that. Yeah, come advertise it.
Oh guys,
Ladies
check
and
this
gentlemen, the coolest t-shirt
out.
ever.
Slappy Fish.
Available now on Threadless, TeePublic, and
Oh, here, I'll keep advertising it.
Redbubble, and I think even another place too.
Yeah.
Look up Josh Foreman on your favorite t-shirt shop. Okay, so this is turned up to the max. And still not getting... What is going on? It worked before. It's plugged into the same plug. And just nothing. Okay, I'm going to move it closer. Okay, then is it gonna work?
Well, you're changing angles.
Yep.
So, you want
Welcome.
to move any of this?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's get on over here.
Oh, I love jigsaws.
I love jigsaws when they work.
Ah, well, yeah.
Welcome, everyone. Rose Foreman, co-author of the Tales from Telefar series, coming soon to a bookstore near you, maybe even a library.
You know, that'd be a good thing when the books come out if you ask your local library to purchase the book.
Yeah.
And you can't. I don't know. Every book I've ever asked the library to purchase, even some of the really obscure ones, they have. I know they don't always, but it increases their chance of being purchased by a library if you ask a library to do so.
There you go. That'll be part of our E Street Team strategy. We need to start compiling a list. Do you have
Okay.
something to write with?
All right.
I mean, I have a document somewhere. Let me dig it up real quick. Let's
Who's Doobly-Doo?
Doobly-doo is the description of the things that go in the bottom of a YouTube video.
Ah,
First coined by Idea Channel, and it's been spreading around a bit. I like it better than the description. Tales from Telefar, that's where we are. Production, stuff to do, marketing, tools and plans. Okay, here's a document we should be working in. Okay, so E Street Team.
I'm assuming that's the same thing as a launch team.
Sure. Call local library to stock book.
Well, they won't care if I ask and my name's on it. They care if somebody who isn't us
That's
asks.
what the E Street Team is for.
Right.
Yes.
Right. To not be us.
And to call their local library, not,
Got it,
not
right.
our local library.
Yes, yes. What most people don't understand, because it wasn't that way when we were growing up.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Uh-oh, have we been on mute the whole time? Wait. Wait. No? Test. Test. Is this picking up? So you guys have been hearing me.
Except they're talking about cat worms.
That was a while ago.
Oh, was it?
Heard it all. Okay, good. I don't know why I have so many random things up here. Let me delete this. Desktop audio device 1. I don't know what that is. Yeah, this should be okay. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Anyway, yes, we need to compile a list of things that super fans can do to help spread them. Of course,
Right. and
we
then
need to get super fans first.
We need to make some wonderful prizes for those fans.
Yes, which is certainly stuff I've been working on. It's we got this guy. He's pretty much done.
You know,
It's
that's a
beautiful.
brooch I want to wear when I go to science fiction conventions.
It's kind of big for a brooch, don't you think?
Well, if you make it out of lightweight plastic, it'll be all right.
I just mean ostentatious big, not heavy
Oh.
big.
And what do you think we do at science fiction conventions?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I was asking yesterday, like, what a good thing to do with that was.
Oh, you broke it.
Yeah,
Darn it.
it got
So we
overheated.
need to find the little wire underneath.
Nah, you just feed it through.
Oh, it's up there.
I feed it into that little hole.
Yeah, well, that's such a fine jigsaw.
It's a
Blade.
heated wire. It's not a blade.
Right.
It's
yeah,
only for
all the
fun.
ones I ever had tiny blades.
Yeah.
But
Well, this is made
you know, and I'm
specifically.
thinking, oh, that's even cooler,
for
but
foam.
it wouldn't be able to do wood.
No. It can do foam and styrene. That's what it does. And it's got this heat setting here
Okay.
so that you can do it faster or slower. The slower you
oh,
do
it doesn't
the,
go up and down. It just
Yeah, it just heats.
melts it. Oh,
Yep.
ah, look look at that.
It's neat. So you can cut out any kind of shape that you want.
So when did you get that? I don't remember seeing this before.
I just got just set it up yesterday.
Well,
and so the things I've been experimenting with, I'm making all of these different kind of rock walls for our background for our booth.
I'm sorry, for your
Or
booth.
convention booth. Things that will attract attention and say, whoa, these guys are super pro. That's the idea. But the thing that I was doing to make these little triangle bits, which has suddenly stopped working for some reason, is you can slide this over like so.
Right, and have it at an angle. And then you're saying it doesn't heat up or that it breaks?
It just wasn't heating.
Oh. Okay, I'm thinking you might need to go slower.
Yeah, I wasn't doing anything at all, but
Oh,
let's
well.
see if it's fixed. Okay, it's working now. It may have just needed to reset the wire at the base. Maybe the connection was
Maybe go
loose.
slower.
So I was looking at these different inspiration pieces,
Ah!
and because I can cut these fun shapes on this,
Right.
doing things where bricks poke out in interesting ways,
Mhm.
you know, crenellations, matriculations, that kind of stuff could be really fun. I thought having the top of the wall look like that would be really neat.
Which wall are we talking about?
So this is the booth that I'm building. So this is going to be both a photographic background for the Colossus for
Got
doing
it.
the beauty video for
Got
it.
it.
And then also this wall here will just be behind us at our
Gotta
booth.
show our friends. Oh, you are showing our friends.
And then this strip here can sit on the table, so we can have a beautiful, you know, old looking tiled surface. It's just all very on brand for us, for Talifar, for the art, for all of it. So
Okay.
yeah, and then these are the kind of rocks I've been experimenting
Oh,
with
yes.
doing.
Yeah,
some-
that looks like that looks like they used to have a quarry there and then they quit. But maybe that's just natural.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a good point, though. Is a lot of times rock faces that we see quite often are the result of man-made mass wasting as opposed to natural clefting. Let's see. So I was experimenting with different forms. I really like this, how this one turned out. I'm not sure how to reproduce it because the way I got it was I cut really close to a seam that already existed, because when you buy these sheets they have score marks in them. Well, this piece doesn't. Oh, hand me that long piece there.
Sure. Ah. See if I can knock down your light.
So you can see right here, this is the score line that
Right.
the product comes like, and it's scored that way so you could break it into thirds.
Okay.
But anyway, so I was cutting very close to that edge,
Uh-huh.
and that's what, and then when it broke off in different pieces, that's how I got these kind of fun little lumpy bits. So I want to figure out a way to reproduce that. I think it means partially cutting in, and then cutting close
We
to
might have to move this outside for you to be able to move that without knocking everything in your workshop over.
The logistics of all these cuts has been interesting. I did a lot of cutting at the Lowe's parking lot last night.
What did you use to make what looks like mortar here? Oh, it's still soft.
Yeah, that is
Sorry.
That's this stuff.
Oh, epoxy, no, foam putty.
It's essentially the same stuff that you put on drywall.
Oh,
Is that what it's called? Drywall? Yeah, that crumbly stuff. Yeah. The joint compound.
okay. Huh.
Yeah, so I'm experimenting with what happens if I put the mortar in and I do individual bricks versus what if I lay all the bricks down and just squish the mortar between them versus and
no
paint
mortar.
them. Yeah, no mortar. This one I'm going to do half this mortar and then I'm going to do a thing where I paint the rocks exactly how I want the rocks and then put the mortar in and see if that gives me a more realistic thing because the mortar is another color anyway. And if you do it there and then paint the rocks, the mortar is going to get painted with the rocks.
Yeah.
So then you would have to go in by hand and touch up all that mortar if you wanted it to be realistic. So yeah, it's just experimenting with these different types of things. And I learned how to make these cute little pyramids. Yeah. By cutting at a 30-degree angle and then rotating that around and cutting again. So I've just been doing lots of interesting experiments like that.
You have the four-sided pyramid with the base. If you could somehow cut it so that you have three sides and a triangular base, then you would have the die that the...
Yeah, I can't get a straight-sided one.
yeah.
Yeah, a four-sided die.
Yeah, that's the four-sided die that the Rumshay like to gamble with.
That could be an interesting kind of giveaway. People love dice.
Rumshay die!
Because they're interesting because the way I designed them, they have bells on the tips of them, so they jingle when you roll them. What? Go,
physically, how does that work?
Go get my book. It's on the counter, and bring it here. I'll show you.
Counter in the kitchen?
Yeah. I wanted to experiment with cutting part of the way through.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is... Where do I have the dice?
I mean, my first impulse is to say, ain't gonna work. And then I thought, well, what if the bell wasn't like separate from the point, but was inside the vertice? Oh, you've got it on the outside of the vertice.
But since they're round, it's still gonna roll.
Well,
I mean, not super well, but the point is you shake it and you drop it and whatever is whatever the color of the bell on the tip is, that's what you get. Because right, that's black, the underside is gonna be black. This is black, that's black, this is white, that's white. This is, so see the...
Okay.
It works.
Okay.
But
well,
you're
we'll
right.
find out if we actually make some.
The bell could be embedded. But you're right. I like the idea of making one. That would be a pretty quick...
I mean, you know, it's
easy thing to
only
try.
a yes or no.
Yeah.
But I've seen the die that, you know, give you only one of two. And sold, you know, online.
Yeah.
So
There are so many cool dice
I know
online
it's
nowadays.
not an illegitimate concept.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to try this cutting technique to try to reproduce this look.
And you've been getting these.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the most default basic thing you can do. I'm trying to find something a little fancier than that. I've also obviously been experimenting with different texture treatments by using acetone to melt parts of it, using heat, using, different blades.
When you use acetone, I hope you have some ventilation.
No. Someday I'll get some.
Don't come crying to me when you come down with liver cancer.
Okay, so is that what acetone gives you? Is liver cancer?
Now I want to do things to these.
You should. I'm looking for all the brainstorming I can get. Okay, so do that. Oh wow, that's not straight at all. But that's probably okay, actually. I wonder if just having them a little bit random is fine. Okay, and then...
Yeah, you measured that with the angle.
So getting this perfectly up and down is a little bit tricky. Keeping this, you know, perfect is a little bit tricky. So there's lots of ways that things are going to go off of true. Let's see. So now if I cut close to that line. Aletha says hi, by the way.
Oh, hi, Aletha.
Now tear up bits of it. Let's see, that's not that nice dirty edge tear that was getting. Okay, maybe it needs to be thicker.
Maybe you need to tear it rather than cut it. I mean, you know, when you...
Yeah.
Except then you don't know which way it's going to break, or it might not form.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times the randomness turns out being happy accidents.
No, that's too regular. Oh.
Try rolled up, crumpled up, roll that over it.
Yeah, there you go. That works well. I'm also rolling it over the edges to make the edges a little more irregular.
Yep. It's got pointy rocks you can use to get more aggressive with it. And then another trick.
That looks like granite from Lake Aneroid in the Eagle Cap Wilderness. Where'd you get this?
Hobby store or something, you know. It's for throwing down on the bed of fake flowers or whatever, or in a glass jar with that kind of stuff.
Okay.
It's not significantly different than the foil. The foil is a lot faster.
Yeah, I think so.
So that doesn't look good like that, but maybe once I start doing stuff to it.
That looks like, oh, I forgot the name of the
Shale or-
mineral. No, not shale. It's when you look up a book about gemstones, that will be like, or I mean crystals, that will be in the list, but it's not usable
Yeah,
as a gem.
I think I know what you're talking about.
I think asbestos looks like that too.
What is asbestos? Is that
Well, it's a mineral with voids in it, holes in it, so that it's a very good insulator and a very strong insulator. And
also
so
be
that's
cancerous?
why it was used for insulation forever and ever and ever. And then it was discovered that asbestos in the lungs causes a lung disease. And then there were enough lawsuits about that now asbestos is in nothing. And whenever you're reconstructing a building, you have to have somebody come in and test for asbestos.
Yeah.
And if you have it, then you have to have it remediated. So,
Lung cancer?
well, it's not cancer. It's I want to say asbestosis. It's got another name. I'll think of it tomorrow.
Other kind of random things. Turn the heat down a little bit so I can get. I don't know if this is significantly different than scoring it with the blade, but.
Anyway, any of the miners who have asbestos lung get recompense from the companies that they can catch.
Let's see. Beaver
And if they
says.
can, I think the government does some income tax things for them. Like, yay! I pay
Those
lower
taxes.
taxes because I'm dying.
Worth it. Beaver says, I knew someone that died from, I'm guessing you mean lung cancer. You might actually mean lung cancer. I don't know. After working with it back in the day when it was still allowed and such.
Right. Yeah, the fibers get tangled in the interstices of the lung and cause an inflammation reaction which fills it up, and so you end up with less and less lung capacity.
And does that lead to lung cancer?
No, it's its own disease.
Okay. Do we have any other things that you've heard of that authors say if you have fans to help you do things, what are other things they should be doing?
Well, okay, here's what people don't know. It used to be that book companies hired or agreed to publish somebody's book. In exchange for keeping the vast majority of the money, they would provide editing, they would provide a cover, they would provide the ISBN number and the catalog of Congress, and make sure the book was listed in distribution channels, and try to have announcements about it in magazines that go to librarians and such like. Today, they don't do squat for you.
That's what it sounds like.
and the only way author gets known is by word of mouth and by the fans leaving reviews on, say, Amazon or Barnes & Noble or
Oh, yeah,
Goodreads
that's the big
or
one.
wherever. You know, you put it on your blog. And then the more reviews, the faster you get them, the more attention, say, Amazon pays, and then Amazon starts putting your book in the discoverability queues. You know, when you click on a book, they will say people who bought your book also bought these books.
Yeah.
And that, oh man, does that aid in discoverability. Otherwise, you sort of languish in obscurity along with the million books published every single year now.
Yeah. Indeed.
So yeah, book reviews are absolutely crucial in a way that most readers have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, a street team, if they would read the book and if they could stand it, write a review. Well, you know, one wants honest reviews.
Yeah.
If you don't like it, say so. I do know that if you get like 25 5 stars,
It does worse than if you have a 4-star, right?
and you don't have any 3-star, 4 stars, or even the occasional 1-star, Amazon starts looking at that and thinking that you bought the reviews, and then Amazon takes them off the website.
Yeah, I just heard on a self-publishing podcast yesterday, they were saying that statistically books that have a 4 point, I can't remember, there's a sweet spot, like a 4.2 or something, do better than books that have a 5-star. And I wonder if that's maybe Amazon doing some compensating background algorithm thing, because they just assume that it's fraud.
Well, and sometimes it is.
Yeah.
All I know is the reviews have to be by people who are not named Foreman.
Important. Yeah.
And it's best if they actually purchase the book from Amazon. Amazon pays more attention to reviews made on books bought from their site.
I'm surprised they let you review books that you haven't bought from them.
Yeah, they do. Or at least they do for me, because I leave reviews for all kind of books, so I sort of have a pattern of reviewing books. And I've certainly kept Amazon afloat with my book purchases.
You're the one who makes Amazon profitable?
Yeah, I
You're saying?
think so. I think I'm the one.
And they've made it so they're pretty much the only game in town anymore. Walmart's
Yeah, but Barnes &
coming
Noble
in.
is circling the drain, but I suppose that's not a bad place to leave a review. But the best places are Goodreads, Amazon, and if you belong to any Let's Talk About Books websites or clubs or whatever, and you post a review there.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing you want to do is tell all your friends that would like that kind of book. I mean, if they would hate that kind of book, don't bother them. There's other things street teams do. Oh, yeah. Street teams will post about it on Facebook. They will take pictures of the cover and put it on Instagram. They will go to Reddit and start a fan club.
Oh. That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, and then every so often you would visit the Reddit subreddit, Tales from Talifar book group, and you would talk to the people who are making remarks there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so pretty much just social media sharing in general.
Right, and ask the libraries to carry the books.
I got that.
Okay.
Let's see.
So leave reviews wherever you can, including book clubs, and subreddit is not so much where you put reviews as you just talk about things, you know.
Yeah.
I like this character, I hated that character, whatever. I belong to a Babylon 5 group.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they like ask questions. Who would you rather go to a party with, Jakar or Malari?
No, obviously Malari.
And then everybody talks about why they would like this person or that person.
Okay, so for this test, I'm doing just random edges. So they're not gonna. Well, I wonder if they. Oh, I guess they would match
I'm
up
trying
that
to
one.
think like a cornerstone, you know, the top of the arch that holds everything together.
Could be. I'm gonna do slightly different, or kind of random heights, so that we'll get some surface variety.
Well, these bricks are ready.
Good. Okay, you can start processing these ones.
All right. I'm thinking every so often you probably have to refresh the
Tree of Liberty with the Blood of Patriots?
the aluminum as it
Oh, yeah.
slowly gets flatter and flatter.
You could just kind of tease it apart and then squash it back together in a different way.
Yeah, I could.
Helps a bit. I'd be curious to hear from any viewers. If you're watching this live right now, curious about that. If you're watching this on YouTube later, leave a comment. How did you hear about your favorite book?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of books I've heard about, I heard about because they made a movie of it.
Right. And some for me was browsing in the library.
That's probably less common these days, but
Yeah,
hey,
probably.
if it happens, I'd love to hear about it.
But anymore, it's as if it's a friend of mine publishing a book, I'll buy it.
Yeah.
You know, when they announce it, I will then put on my timeline, Facebook timeline, I will retweet.
Whatever the
Yeah.
equivalent of retweeting is.
For Facebook, yes. I will repost their announcement about their book. I'll buy it. And if I like it, then I will try to remember to leave a review on Amazon. And like Aletha Baki, I can't leave reviews there because they noticed that we are related. So my reviews are not, so I don't leave any reviews for her books. Unfortunately, an awful lot of the books that my friends put out, I don't want to leave a review because I don't want to say anything negative.
Yeah.
And probably, if I didn't know them, I'd be more willing to do so. But I don't want to start a war.
You never know when people will take it personally. Right?
Yeah. I gave 4 stars to one writer. And, you know, had my complaint about the book. And she wrote me and said that wasn't right. I should have put 5 stars. And why did I do that? And that was wrong. I said, well, you know, for me, it was over emotional. Other people, they probably like it. And then she wrote to me again, complaining about my 4-star review. You know, I thank everybody who leaves a review on my books.
Yeah.
Because they took the time to read the book. They took the time to compose their review. They took the time to leave it somewhere. And I got to appreciate that because time is so valuable.
Mm-hmm.
And I do. I like 3-star reviews. think they're perfectly respectable. And so I'm always shocked when somebody else goes, wow, they're persecuting me. They said these bad words about my book.
Well, they see their book as
You know,
perfect. So,
and
I
I'm
mean,
like-
after all, it's custom made to their proclivities. Why wouldn't you love it? Yeah, that's something that I learned just as a game developer was you get a thick skin. If you're going to make stuff for the public, it's pretty pointless to get upset when some people don't like it.
Yeah, because some of the public just won't like it.
No.
You know, and I can't complain about that because there's a lot of books I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I have my reasons.
Let's see. So Aletha says, I hear about them sometimes by word of mouth or on Facebook or if they make a movie. Those are just the things I said, Aletha. Come on, be creative. Tell me that you heard about it from a hobo
when
in a
my
van.
friends start talking about a book, oh wow, did you read this? You know, I've been when somebody says, what are you reading this week? Or you know, what's a good last line of a book? I write recently, because I just finished it like a week and a half ago, I've been doing Jonathan Rogers' book, The Charlatan's Boy. And so I mention that, hoping that somebody else will go ahead and go to Amazon and look it up and buy it. And they will find out what an absolutely marvelous book that is.
Okay, I'm going to mute the mic for a minute.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm muting the right thing.
That did funny things to my implant. Oh, look at that. That's a lot faster. It's also not quite as deep
Yeah.
for some of them.
Spiral says, Warhammer, found this used book at a small hobby shop 10 years ago, I think in Denver, but I stopped by the hobby shop miniature hunting. It's a Warhammer book called Zavant. Ended up getting the book instead of minis. The music
that's
sounds
great.
garbly. Let's see what's going on.
I've been reading reviews of Warhammer by a guy who likes them, and he just posted on Facebook. I don't know if he posts reviews on Amazon or not, but he'll say, I give this Warhammer book a C. I give this one a B. Oh, wow, this one gets an A. And so I learned that there are things called Warhammer novels out there. They don't sound like what I would be interested in reading, but I know about them.
They are sci-fi military
Yeah.
with some kind of aren't they kind of like Dune, where they're kind of medieval sci-fi, where they have kingdoms and houses and dukes and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's what they have. I could be wrong. Okay.
But the thing is, if I meet somebody who wants a military science fiction, I can suggest, that's fantasy though. They're saying it's not science fiction, it's more of a fantasy.
No, it's there's Warhammer, and then there's Warhammer 40K, which is the sci-fi version of it.
Ah, huh.
Everyone has power armor instead of magic armor.
Well, that's so much better.
For some people, that's what it takes.
But you know, I like to be able to tell someone, you know, I'm in a group that somebody will come on and say, I'm a librarian. What kind of book should I put in here for 5th graders? You know, or I'm a teacher. What should I? And I've just been given a budget. What should I get? You know, and then we can all pipe in and say, you know, this should be a book that your students would like. And of course, what most people do is, you know, go buy my book. but you know, they ask, and maybe their book will fit those criteria.
So see, I've got a tiny bit of acetone in here.
Ah.
I just dip the tip on there, and then I get nice
look
little
at that.
pitting
You
and
sure do.
scarring that way.
That's a lot more
Aggressive.
aggressive than this.
Yeah, I like to have a mix.
So we can take the little indentations and the pokey holes and add that, and that looks really weathered.
Yep. This is one of my favorite ruins right here. See, I love the variation from almost completely dissolved to almost completely intact.
Mm-hmm. Because that makes you feel like there's a history here, there's a backstory,
So yeah.
there's some depth of, you know, it's been here a while.
Yeah.
It's not something somebody just built.
Correct. Okay, so let's see. Interesting things to do. Let's flip these back and forth. Yeah,
So yeah, let me tell your fans. If you like, I don't even know what to call it. It's a fantasy. The Charlatan's Boy by Jonathan Rogers has beautiful writing, and it has one of the best last lines, you know, answering the question, that I have ever read.
Okay.
And the last line is, "Ain't that beautiful?" Well,
More
it's not the
context
best
make it
last line unless you know what the story was. But once you've read the story, it's the best line ever. So why are you gluing it to this surface?
Just because I need to glue it to some surface, and this is just garbage that I was going to throw away anyway, so just makes a nice,
I
convenient,
thought you were measuring
strong.
things by it.
No. So I'm learning that when I've got two different angles, I can flip them to match them up, but maybe I can't, like once that pattern is determined, you can't. See, I can't go to this angle, right? Yeah, because they have to flip that way.
So you're looking at a tight, borderless.
Yeah, I'm just trying anything just to see what looks cool.
It's really hard to see, to know that this isn't just one bar.
I think once the paint is on there, and some are painted different colors than others,
Yeah.
that won't be a problem, but we'll see.
And yeah.
Sometimes patterns emerge when you start following rules. It's the way fractals work, where you have some simple set of rules, like this line will always go in this direction after this distance,
Right.
you know, divided by whatever, and then that rule plays out and crazy things happen. Can you put the rest of those over
Sure.
here?
I guess I should have marked both sides, because I don't know which side you're going to put down.
Yeah, that's ideally we would know that
I
beforehand.
just don't want to waste my time on stuff that isn't going to be there.
Well, it's okay for some of the sides to be really smooth too.
See, what are people saying?
Spiral Art says Zavant is very similar to Sherlock Holmes. I don't know what Zavant is. Were you talking about Zavant?
I think.
Oh no, they were talking about
Save
a Warhammer book called Zavant. Similar to Sherlock Holmes. That's
Oh, now that would be interesting.
interesting to have that in the Warhammer universe.
One of my favorite detective series, which name I cannot think of right now, involves a Roman soldier at the time of Caesar's in Rome.
Mm-hmm.
He gets sent to England to solve a mystery about where is the missing tin. I'm always surprised at how sophisticated Rome was
In
accounting, in
like they would
communication.
track that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, normally you'd think I mean, they had a banking system that worked well.
Mm-hmm.
And why that should shock me so much, I don't know, but it did. So, watching this detective walking around in his soldier boots and finding out sometimes who murdered somebody, who stole the tin, and how that related to who got murdered.
Yeah, putting well-known genres in unused for that genre worlds, milieus. What's the word I'm looking for? Settings. That's the less fancy word. Is always interesting to me.
I already did that.
Okay. So we've got another look in the can. Well, ready to be painted. All right, how many of these guys do we have? Okay, I'm gonna try something a little kooky, just for funsies. Spiral, is Zavant the name of the character, the name of the book, or both?
I like that name.
Zavant?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good
I
name.
mean, obviously, it's so close to savant. I mean, someone who's spectacularly intelligent in some part of life. Huh. Does that glue it on or does it melt it on?
Mostly melts. If I got a lower temperature glue gun, it would probably do a little better for what I'm trying to do, but I don't want to get one right now. Okay, so I'm thinking like that.
I'm surprised Ryobi has a glue gun.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes you need it when you're building
Well, you know, I'm
buildings.
used to. You go to the craft stores and there's these little glue guns for
Yeah.
a few bucks, and this looks like it's really high end
Yeah, that's
from a company that makes
industrial
saws and drills and stuff.
Yeah, in this case, it's doing a little too good of a job, or it's just it's melting the pieces so much that they're not sticking
Adhering.
together. Yeah, maybe I do need to get my. All right, let me get a wimpy glue gun. I'm trying to think if there's any other stuff that sets up quickly besides hot glue. I don't think there is.
Let's see. So Zavant is a detective sage who has a sidekick named Vito,
Ito, a
who
hobbit
is
burglar.
a hobbit burglar.
Okay, so this is not the sci-fi version. This
No.
is the fantasy version.
Well, maybe I'd be interested in it. It sort of depends on how much bloodshed there is.
Okay, here's
You know,
baby's
how much
first
is on
glue gun.
screen, how much is off screen.
Yeah. Glue guns that don't have a stand. I mean, they always have this chintzy little like
Thing that just
thing
that broke off.
doesn't work anyway because the wire is so stiff that it's going to
Well,
flop
you
around.
could set it on this.
It's fine right there. I'm just annoyed. Also, it's going to take 25 minutes to heat up.
Mm.
Let's see. These are all the ones that are that size. A couple. What I had. Oh yeah.
But see, this is how word of mouth works. Now I know there's a novel called Zavon. I discovered it. That's discoverability.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about maybe I'd like it, you know, because maybe it's similar to Drizzt. And I like those books.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Drizzt, but with mystery solving.
well, no, he does.
No, I'm saying Drizzt, but with mystery solving.
Oh,
Could
yeah,
describe
yeah.
this book.
Yeah.
Hey, you're gonna go see Wreck-It Ralph 2?
I do. I like the
David's
first one
going
so
out.
much.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got Wreck-It Ralph and Fantastic Beasts
Yes.
that I want to see.
So.
No, still not ready.
I'm kind of wondering how it's going to go with the Fantastic Beast one. Is my friends, they're not giving any spoilers, but what they say is, I'm so confused.
I've heard a lot of bad things about it. A lot of people are upset about what she's doing to the Harry Potter universe. So it's very reminiscent of when Lucas went and did his
Did
prequels. So yeah, I don't know. I personally love the main character so much.
Uh-huh.
Actually, I really like the whole cast of the first
Yeah.
one. So
Well, what I have to remember is
I
I
love
don't own the
Fantastic Beasts.
franchise. She's the writer. She can say.
yeah,
And I don't get to say.
but you can say.
I either go see it or read it or I don't.
Mhm. But if an author is amenable to hearing what their core fans have to say, then quite often that's going to be
you're showing off the
advantageous.
wrong side.
I know I am.
That?
I'm gluing it from the back. This is the facing side. I'm gluing it here so that I can put the glue where you're not going to see the glue. Yeah, it's something interesting to me. I definitely want to read up on it because, as you know, I'm very interested in IP brand management.
Mm-hmm. IP, intellectual property.
Yes.
I was talking to someone, writing on somebody on Facebook who was mad because people will say, you know, I've got this content, and they meant video, and he wants to know, why don't they just say video? And so...
What? Yeah. Another reason I hate baby glue.
So we're pointing, somebody is pointing out that when you say content, you are not dictating its
The form.
It's form,
Yeah.
and you leave it open to be done in book, in
video,
in
audio.
video, yeah, and
It's platform agnostic that way.
right, and another person was pointing out that the person who makes the video, the person who puts out a book, they don't do all the work. Somebody else has done the programming for how video works. Someone else produced the camera. What you provide is the content.
Yeah. So there's a useful designation there, differentiation. Yeah, there's new terms that are always being developed. I read a funny mini rant from Del Toro, the director of Pan's Labyrinth and stuff. He was saying he hates the term art pipeline because he's like, we're not pumping oil here, we're making art.
No, I think that's a very useful term.
Yeah, well, me too. I mean, most people do. Most of the industry has adopted it as this is the set of processes that we go through, the tools that are required, the people that has to go, you know,
I'm trying to think what would be better. Outline, recipe, So Demon Wrath's going out to the movie. Have a good time. Drive safe. I figure the movie theaters are all pretty crowded right now.
That's probably true. Yeah, this hot glue is definitely working better. It's just much harder to use because it's a terrible glue gun. Wait, somewhere? Yes. No. Here. There we go.
Oh, and I also want to watch tonight. I want to watch Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to refresh my memory of the movie.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it since it came out.
I thought Newt Scamander, I'll say his name wrong, made an interesting choice for a hero and how he showed his heroism. Yeah.
There's a really great YouTube video essay, I think by, I'm going to say his name wrong, but one of the video YouTuber types that I love, and I think it's called the peculiar or interesting or different or something masculinity of Newt Scamander.
Oh yeah.
How it's just for a movie, it's such a unique, fresh kind of masculinity on display.
Yeah.
Right, well, probably because it's autism spectrum masculinity for one. You're naturally going to end up with something a little more original. Okay. So I thought that, and then if you lay it down, like so, that could be an interesting
You need to
wall
put it closer to the
effect.
camera because the camera can't see the texture at all.
That is a lighting thing, so I can set it. Okay. That was Shane showed me how to do this. Which was it? Is it ISO? There we go. Okay, we turn it down. That doesn't seem to be changing much, does it?
So, does going closer help? No, it doesn't. Huh.
Well, so we had it so that it would change depending on what was how bright the average of everything is.
Yeah.
And it just kept constantly going super dark. Like if my blade hit the light at the right angle and became pure white on the video,
it would make
then everything
else wash
yeah.
out. Yeah.
So this is the compromise, but I'm gonna have to ask Shane to
Like that interesting noise you made with something. And so my microphone sort of focused on that and ignored everything else in the room.
Huh. That sounds obnoxious.
Well, it can be. It's sort of a way to protect.
Yeah.
So that I don't get overwhelmed by a noise. Theoretically, I guess. I don't know. I guess what I found so fascinating about the Newt heroism, as it were, in his daily life, in that he doesn't get mad at the animals. He acknowledges they are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And he finds a way to live with that without anger.
Yeah.
I tend to get mad at animals that make my life difficult.
Yeah, that's easy to do. Kind of goes along with advice that you told me your mom gave you, which was something along the lines of don't try to change a person. A person's going to be what a person is.
Yeah. Don't ask somebody for what they're not going to give you.
Yeah. Works for people as well as animals.
Yes, it does.
Which is not an excuse to let someone abuse you. That's a different situation where you just need to get out of that abusive situation.
Well, I didn't think it could be interpreted that way.
Well, believe me, it can be.
Huh. I just thought it meant you save yourself a lot of aggravation by not asking for what you're not going to get.
You know how many women, mostly women, are just let themselves be beaten up over and over again because, well, that's just who he is. He loves me so much. Sometimes you just lose. He's just a passionate guy.
Says he loves me so much, or I love him so much, I want to shake them.
Yeah.
The other thing my mom told me on my wedding night was if he ever hits you, you're gone.
Yeah, that's good balance.
Don't believe him when he says he's changed.
Yeah. They also made.
So here we are,
these
46
ones.
years later. And
You managed to avoid getting hit all this time. Good job. I'm very lucky to have super amazing parents. That's the reason that I'm so super amazing.
there you go. Good. Well, that makes a shape.
Mm-hmm. No more triangle. That's
No.
all right. Well, I think I've been going for. I'm going to beat my record. I'm going to be over 5 hours by the time we're done here. So,
Oh man, how can anybody watch 5 hours?
well, no one actually watches for 5 hours. I apologize if you have watched.
I
all 5
guess
hours.
some like
Yeah.
have it in the background while they're doing something
It's
else.
drop in, drop out. You
Yeah.
know, if they're watching on YouTube, they scan through until they see something that looks neat. Yeah. It's a whole different medium. So what I wanted to do now was put a coat of
Paint?
not exactly paint, but close to paint. So I
What?
went.
Whitewash?
I went to a hardware store. So
okay.
this is not from the hardware store. This is Mod Podge, the biggest container that they sell. I went to a hardware store and asked to get just the tint that they use. So when you order a color
Right.
of paint,
And
they
so,
take out a
so
generic
you want the
thing.
Mod Podge to be the medium to hold the tint.
Exactly. So I got the tint here, and I'm going to see how much tint it takes.
It won't
Because-
take much.
Yeah.
So, are you looking for sort of a transparent color?
No, I want it to be black.
Well, okay.
So I got black tint.
You know, there aren't that many black stones in the world. They're mostly tans.
Right. So for a base coat,
Okay.
unless you're doing a really pale rock, black tends to work out best.
This looks brown. So, okay, so
Yes.
you had a black and
It
then you
was
painted.
black, exactly. And I could go even lighter with it, but essentially the black is for covering up the ridiculous pink color or the ridiculous blue color.
Yeah.
So since it is not a customary thing for them to sell just the tint, I had to convince him. It took 5 minutes of trying to explain what I was trying to accomplish by getting just tint, because they can't sell a tint. It comes in these big containers that they
Right.
hook to their machine, and then
Right.
it spurts it into their gallon bucket. So once he understood what I was trying to do, he was like, "Well, I'll tell you what. Just buy one of these containers, and I'll just."
Oh, that's sweet
So
of him.
he ended up just giving me this tint. So yeah, it's
So,
very nice.
what cup are you going to?
So I have where did I? I should have bought 2 of these things. I was thinking of mixing it in a used paint thing, but it just occurred to
Do you want me
me.
to go get a plastic cup?
Let me think.
I'll get one.
Can't hurt. to
We
get-
need something to stir it with, too.
Yeah, I have stir sticks. I need something I can put a lid over after I mix it up. Although this is really just kind of a test thing for now, so it's not a huge deal.
I brought 2 in case you ever want to do it again.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's probably more than I need.
Still a lot.
Hold on, let me wipe the rim off. best way to put just a little bit. I have pipettes somewhere. Here, there. Curious to see how much it takes. Start with that. So all the videos that I saw for treating this stuff, they do a mix, usually a 50-50 mix of black paint and Mod Podge. But then they say the problem with that is that the paint diminishes what the Mod Podge does, which is give it a scratch-resistant strength over the surface of it. So I figured, hey, I could use a lot less paint if it's just the tint and not the medium as well. That's diluting the Mod Podge. Pure black isn't necessarily needed. It just needs something very neutral and dark that will cover the foam color.
Mm-hmm. And also, as you add other colors, if there's skip parts of the black, makes it less noticeable and or adds visual texture.
Yeah. So now I know there's enough, or it requires enough the next time I could just pour some in. But
so dark gray wouldn't do the same thing black would.
I just tend to prefer darker the better. If I knew I was doing something sandstone-y or limestone, then I would definitely not do a dark gray. I would do probably medium dark brown. Yeah, I think that's sufficient.
Be out of your way.
No,
Would you like a paper
I'm
towel?
locating the trash can. I got it. I'm locating the trash can before I hold the dripping thing. It's the kind of thing you learn over time, eventually. After enough messes. Safety, keep that in there.
And now you need a brush.
Yep. Now another thing that I think the paint brings to the equation is it makes it a little runnier. And runny is good to get it into the cracks. I'm wondering, I'm just going to test this now since this is all about testing. I have Flow Aid. Now again, I'm guessing that's going to diminish the effectiveness of the Mod Podge. But getting it into the cracks is, like, to me, it's equally as important as covering the rest of the surface. Also, the thicker this is, the more it's going to obliterate cool little details.
Ah, yes.
So I don't want it to be too thick. All right, big floppy brush. Perfect.
Okay, put this
Garbagey
back.
brush.
let's see. I got kind of mad at Molasses for making it hard to get him Duomer today. Is that the medication?
Worm medication, yeah. I thought she was saying Dweomer, which I'm pretty sure is some kind of fantastical creature. Oh, is it a spell?
Yeah, well, at least that's how it's used in the Drizzt books. Okay. I kept going, what's a Dweomer?
You may think I'm a Dweomer, but I'm not the only one. And Aletha's agreeing, I do have super amazing parents. That is one of those things where, man, it's hard to take credit for things in your life when you have amazing parents. So that's the downside, is I can't say, I came from nothing, my parents ignored me, grew up on the streets, but I still made something of myself. No, I could never tell that story. Thanks a lot, Mom.
Instead, I bought you painted pencils.
Darn hot glue strings. Worst. That reminds me, one thing I wanted to try, and it's too late on this now, is run a heat gun far enough away where it doesn't melt the styrofoam, but it does ball up the glue strings. I don't know if I heard that somewhere or if I thought of that because I'm a genius, but
I've never heard of that.
It may not work at all. We'll see.
I mean, if it would affect the glue, I think it would affect the styrofoam sooner.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with heat on the styrofoam, and it doesn't do anything for the first couple seconds, and suddenly it'll just go. So it's touchy. Touchy subject. You gotta go at every conceivable angle to make sure it gets in every little crack and pit.
It's still thick there.
Yeah. I'm gonna go in with a finer brush to gather up places where it's building up like that. Finer one to just kind of scoop out where it's piling up too much. One of the other cool things about the Mod Podge is that it's besides being a sealant, it is also a glue. So
Right.
it makes sure these things stay cemented in place. Oh, I forgot the other thing I wanted to do. Remind me next time if anyone's on for my next stream. I wanted to do a test where I make bricks like this, and then I lay them out roughly, and then I smash some of them with a hammer, and then can mess with those little broken bits.
You smashed this with a hammer, didn't you? What did
Yeah.
I see you smashing? And
All my rock tests are back there. There's a
Ah.
variety of ones I've tried. So now I'm gonna use a dabby brush to make sure that there's no brush strokes.
it's all those extra little steps that make all the difference.
Yep, just you know, I do it once, I see, oh, there's a problem. How can I solve that problem? just from practice.
Well, yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did you think that was paint?
Well, I didn't know what it was.
No, just canned air.
Something with volatiles, I thought, but okay.
That would be mean to not give you warning and spray paint all over. I try not to be mean. Sometimes I am, but I try not.
I went to a wedding, as you know, and I walked into where the women were getting dressed, and that was all fun. But the air was so full of hairspray,
Well,
I had to instantly leave because, yeah, hairspray. It tastes nasty.
it does. I agree. Okay, so it looks like I needed to wait longer for the whatever that stuff is called to dry.
Did you put it on today?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it takes a
Just
couple
before you
hours.
got here. So it may keep the Mod Podge from setting up on top of it if it's still wet underneath it. But since this is just a test, it's fine. That is why you do tests. Oh. This is why I have special garage pants that I do not wear when I sit on the couch.
Video Attack Squad is here. Oh wait. Oh gee. There's a whole bunch of
Hi everyone. Where are you all from? Yordle Raid. It's the Yordles, everyone. Rin the Yordle is invading with a party of 25. Hi, everyone.
Wow.
So many peoples. Yeah, I
Ah.
finally noticed. It only took half an hour. Sorry about that. We're very focused here.
R.I.P. stream, rip stream.
Yeah. Sorry, I ruined it. I ruined it. It's not your guys' fault.
Oh, it's freezing.
Oh, too many people.
They said
Maybe.
we killed his stream. How did you do that?
Was it really an attack? Is that what happened?
I don't think that would trigger a denial of service. 25.
No.
I mean, I'm assuming that it's common for there to be hundreds.
Oh yeah.
For the more popular artists.
I mean, it says we're going fine. There's no little. Usually, there's a warning if the whatever on our end is bad.
Okay, it seems to be working for people now.
Hi, Paco Power. Glad it's working for you. Thanks, Blizzmaster01 and company. And thanks to Ren. Appreciate the attack, as it were. I can't get out. This is my stream. In case folks are not up to speed, what I'm doing here is tests with
Okay,
foam.
so this guy just came in with the attack and says, "What are you making?"
I'm using this foam to make different kind of rock wall tests for a backdrop that I'm building. It's gonna look like this, and it's gonna be for. I have a Colossus sculpture that's gonna be in the middle of, and I needed a pretty kind of dungeon background. So I've got all these shots from Shadow of the Colossus, and I'm gonna be doing that kind of general vibe. And so, yeah, got all these reference of various ruins and such. I'm trying to reproduce in different ways. Last couple days I've been practicing different rock shapes with it, and ultimately we'll have.
Oops.
You gotta imagine. Okay, so this is a different sculpture. Hey, thanks for following me, Paco. This is not the Colossus sculpture. This is a different sculpture I made, but pretend that it has this kind of. It's got paint everywhere. It's got this kind of background, but painted nicely. Sorry about that. That's the big picture. Also, this is my mom. She's my co-author. We're working on a book together. We've got a book coming out next year. Stay tuned if you want to find out about that. It's kind of a fantasy action adventure. Here's my brush. I tried to throw it on my mom.
Yes, you did.
She's up for Thanksgiving, so she's a guest star on the stream today. Aletha attests that the books are amazing. She's a beta reader for us.
Hey, man.
Oh, Blizzmaster, you're the official leader. Hey, thanks for taking the lead on that. Thanks for the follow. I do need some more followers. I've been doing this for a while, and I do not have many yet. Got a lot of YouTube subs, but not making it so big on the Twitches yet. Not sure why. I mean, besides obviously my terrible hair.
Oh, things are a little wonky for him.
Mm.
But maybe we should confess that it's not his screen, it's you.
Oh, Rin's numbers have been gobbled up because of the art changes. So what happened was Twitch had a general just kind of creative category, right? Because Twitch started out as game streaming, where people stream themselves playing video games. And then it turns out a lot of other people wanted to stream who weren't playing video games, who were doing art stuff and tutorials and whatever else, right?
Yeah.
And then so they created a creative category, which, you know, most of us fell into, Rin and myself and people like us. And then at some point they decided we should make it more clear to everyone what kind of creative stuff they're doing. So they have like a cooking section. What else? In Real Life was one of the originals they did too, where it was just people vlogging or whatever. I'm trying to think what else. Anyway, they divided it up into
Lego stuff animation.
Sure, and now there's painting. There's what's funny is that sculpting got put in with arts and crafts and hobbies.
Hobbies?
Yeah, so now as a sculptor, I am a hobbyist as opposed to an artist.
Oh, what an insult. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with hobbies, but,
yeah,
but you're a professional.
It certainly denotes a slightly different level of activity. And so, yeah, it's there have been interesting effects as a result. We'll see what the long term is. Rin says, it was weird, creative was cool, but it had too much going on, so it was hard to find people. Right. Yeah, so I'm totally supportive of the idea of what they're trying to do, but it seems like the way they're doing it is not so great for everyone. Which that's kind of common. That happens on pretty much every platform now. So they try something, it turns out it's good for a few people, but bad for it seems like basically us creatives are the ones, us content creators are the ones who typically get the shaft. It's hard to figure out how to name and put stuff. It's going to take time before it settles. Actually, that's a really great reminder. I did not know that those changes had gone into effect. Last time I heard about it was several months ago. And I haven't even looked to see what I'm categorized under, so I should probably look at that and tune that to what I'm doing better.
Trying to see if it says somewhere on the upper bar.
Well, what you're seeing is the Streamlabs OBS. It's not the actual Twitch channel. So on Twitch, we see this. So we are listed as, let's see, category creative. Also, why is my stream looks like it's down? Huh. Aletha says we might be categorized under cooking. Maybe that's the default and we just ended up, yeah. Let's see, Ren says, I used to get normally 50 to 100. Right now I'm pushing 20 to 30. Wow. That's a pretty stupendous drop there. Sorry to hear that. Quat says, cooking up a delicious wall. Yeah. Actually, you know, it's funny, you say that. I sculpted this version of Beaumark so that I could do chocolate coins to take to conventions. I thought it'd be pretty cool. Hey, stop by the booth, get a free chocolate Beaumark coin.
Well, that's too much chocolate. That's going to cost you hundreds of
Also,
dollars.
buy my book. Yeah, well, I mean, first come, first serve.
Okay.
We'll have a limited
Yeah,
amount. Yeah.
Okay.
Ren, yes, a food license. I was just talking about that on yesterday's stream. I was wondering out loud. I was like, with homemade chocolate, is it really necessary for just a promotional thing? And then, like, is it actually policed? And yeah, I'm curious about all that.
You'll also need a square or something to accept money from people who want to buy your book now.
No, I was actually talking to Ren about that a while ago, and she gave me a good recommendation for, I guess, Amazon. You get it for like $15, and then Amazon will actually refund you the price for it if you're using it for. They're using it through PayPal. I don't know, whatever it is.
What's the name of it?
Or no, not Amazon. PayPal has their own. I don't remember. All I remember is it was easy to research, and I'll find out, and it'll be fine. Maury Dross says, think it depends on the state. In Florida, you need a license if you have a booth and want to give away cookies or anything of that sort. Right?
Brother.
Like, cookies I could see is almost a different category as, like, a packaged chocolate thing. PayPal. Yes, PayPal has their own version. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to navigate. Ren, have you ever done edibles? Let me rephrase that. Have you ever tried to sell edible things at a convention?
Says there once was a Morta in a box who
likes wearing weird socks. You may now rejoice he is here, and now it's time to rocks. I changed that to rhyme better. I hope you don't mind, Van Morta. Okay, I think before I read...
this guy is asking for links to your book. The book isn't published just yet, so if you want to follow its progress and other things, you can go to Breath of Life
dev.com.
DEV, short for development. And then when you go there, you will find everything is called Breath of Life Art. Josh is trying to change the name. So we're still working on the website.
You can also follow on Instagram. All my links are down there, and I will be blasting all of those channels when I have it. I've got Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever you like best. Just follow us there, and you won't be able to miss it. I promise. So since this paint was actually revigorifying, re-wetting the...
Well, you formulated the paint, as it were, since you took the medium and the tint and the flow, whatever.
No, I'm talking about the grout that I was using.
Grout, yeah.
Yeah, so I want to...
I'm thinking that would really mess up the grout. Oh, it just did.
Yeah. So I'm going to grout some rocks and leave them to
you know, I mean, you
set
think
overnight.
Because grout, sheetrock grout really absorbs water and falls apart. Yes, it does.
Yeah, it definitely needs to wait till it's
I wasn't
totally set.
sure because Mod Podge, I don't know how much water is in it.
Yeah, it's like half glue, half paint. It's an interesting substance. Quoted Dorals. Yes, we are self-publishing. The first trilogy that we're doing is lavishly illustrated, and yeah, there's just all these reasons why self-publishing makes way more sense these days than going through a publisher. There's also this weird thing where, like, I think at some point I will be able to actually make a TV show and movie and all this stuff, and I just want to make sure I've retained 100% of all the rights for everything. I'll show you real quick some of the stuff in the book. So this is another picture of Beaumark, this guy, when he's all kitted out to go on a mission. And just various different characters throughout the book. I've got, each chapter is going to have this little illustration of something that is poignant or visceral or memorable about the chapter. So I've been doing tons of these illustrations. This is a lighthouse that Beaumark ends up at, etc., etc. So yeah. There's his dad. His dad is the king on this nation island, and they have to prove, whenever anyone challenges the king, they have to fight them on a bronze disc that's suspended over lava. So he's got to be a pretty tough dude. Anyway, and there's Jeff with a beard. Okay, let me throw together some.
This guy says, I actually work with indie authors and publishers. Self-publishing has never been easier. That's true.
Yeah.
The big issue being discoverability. We can make the product. How can we make the world know the product exists? Or at least make the people who would be interested in that product know it exists. It doesn't matter if the whole world knows. We just need the people who would like it to
The
know.
right people, yes.
Yeah.
People who are into that sort of thing. All right, thanks, Ren. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks especially for the attack. I appreciate it.
That
Have
was
fun
wonderful.
on Thanksgiving. Yes, marketing, marketing, marketing. That's what we have to work on. I'm going to take a week off of work when we're close to done with the book and just sit down, go through every article, take whatever classes are necessary to do that marketing right. So, since we've been working on the book for so many years, it would be ridiculous to not put, you know, an appropriate amount of effort into getting the marketing right. Yeah, what I keep hearing is
this
that
guy, I can't read his name.
Yeah, I can't say it right. Quotiditas. Quotiditas?
Anyway, it says, I work with indie authors. What do you do with the indie authors and publishers? Are you providing art for them or what? I think he said just Quo is fine. I'm too far
Quo.
away from the screen.
Yeah. Cover designer and interior formatter.
Ah, okay. Ooh, interior formatter. We might talk to you again because I've been formatting, but I would like a professional formatter to look at it before we put it out.
Yeah, it's tricky, especially with all the illustrations we're doing.
Right,
we have a lot more.
And, you know, figure out what I missed, or, you know, invisible instructions, because Word sometimes has stuff you can't see, so you can't.
Word loves to hide things.
Can't figure out why did it just do that. I didn't tell it to do that. So.
Ben Mortis says, I look at a lot of those peoples because you work at a library. Quo says, up to my eyeballs in Photoshop and InDesign. What is InDesign? Is that a
That's a formatting of an interior of a book that I don't use,
okay?
but a lot of professionals do.
I mean,
so I'm assuming it's a good thing.
The directions I look at say you should be able to take your Word document and just convert that to KDP
I'm
or
able
whatever.
to convert it to Kindle real easy.
Right.
And when CreateSpace existed, I could get books made just by downloading Word, which is really nice because, I mean, even a year ago, you had to have a Mobi, you had to have an EPUB, you had to have a PDF.
Yeah.
And those were really hard for me to make. So.
So in theory, it's easier now.
Yeah. Well, maybe now that CreateSpace has been eaten by Amazon, and the Kindle. Well, I'm sorry. The printing arm of Amazon is not easy for indie writers yet. I'm going to have to find someplace else that will print up a book so that I can see what it looks like and see what I need to change.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking maybe D2D, but they're just establishing hard print too. Maybe I'll just go to a local printer. I don't know.
Oh, that sounds expensive. Van Mortis says, I've had to look at tons of tablets. Kindle Fire, Kindle Paperwhite, PC, apps, Android, iOS. Yeah, I'm getting Kindle White on Black Friday. Yes. Kindle Paperwhite. Because I've never used an e-reader before, and since I'm making a book for an e-reader, boy, it's probably important to know what that experience is like. Okay. So I'm going to purposefully leave a little bit of space between these guys. Wow. Okay. So it's taking a long time to heat up. No, I unplugged that guy. Okay. I'm just going to sit here for a little bit longer. Quo says, it's totally possible to print books out of Microsoft Word, but I have no idea how you'd expect or export in EPUB.
Yeah, obviously it has to be translated into EPUB, and I do not have that ability. I'd have to hire someone to do that.
Oh, I thought you just upload it to the Amazon.
Well, yeah, I can to Amazon, but I want to. I think even Lightning Source, I think I can just upload a Word document. But before I go to Lightning Source or Ingram Spark, they're the same thing, I wanted to print it up with somebody cheap. You know, because with Ingram Spark, every time you decide to redo the manuscript, they charge you $50.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to figure out, I want to make sure it's right first and then submit it to Ingram Spark.
You don't think getting it printed at a little printer is going to cost more than $50?
I have no idea. I haven't tried.
Quo says, be careful with Lightning Source. I think they charge you for proofs.
Yes, they do. Yeah. Which is why I want to go to some place that will give me proofs for $4 instead. Which is what CreateSpace used to do, and now it's gone. So.
What is the pipeline you recommend, Crow?
I mean, even CreateSpace charged for proofs, but they only charge for the cost of printing.
Amazon doesn't do print on demand for just the cost.
It's there's rough edges. It's not My
literally
friends are
making
having a
rough
lot of
edges right
problem
now.
with it.
Huh.
When they first rolled out that they were going to do print, they did not provide author proofs.
Okay.
Okay. But they're supposed to now, but I'm hearing complaints.
So they might exist, but they might
maybe
be
by
garbage.
the time we're ready, everything will have been ironed out, and it will be easy. I don't know.
Quo says, depends on what the author wants. The most widely used printers are Ingram and Amazon KDP. Right.
Well, yeah, I know that.
But I guess what I'm asking is when you're warning us about oh wait, you can convert EPUB into Mobi with the Kindle Previewer. Okay.
Well, I do have a Kindle Previewer. I just haven't used it.
It's possible to print books out of Microsoft Word, but I have no idea how you do it. Export an EPUB. You can convert EPUB into Mobi with the Kindle Previewer. Okay, so EPUB is a document format. Is that what EPUB is?
Yeah, it is what Apple and Kobo and almost all the other ebook sellers use. But since we're planning to go exclusively with Amazon for at least the first year, that doesn't matter to us.
Okay. Letha says, I'm not even touching the KDP paperbacks for a decade or so. Let's see, I did transfer my books to it though, not sure how they turned out. Quo says, EPUB is what Nook and Apple run off of.
Correct.
Vivarla14 says, evening, haven't tuned in for a bit, nice to be back. Hi, welcome.
Glad you're back.
Okay, so then got enough bricks now to do my little grout trick, just to see what it's like. I doubt I'm going to use it for my final thing because I'm making probably 15 square feet of surface.
Oh my goodness.
And hand doing the grout between bricks is probably not in the equation, but it's just fun to experiment and see. You know, you never know when you might realize, oh, I could do this, but way faster if I just did something else, you know. That's what the experimental phase is for.
Yeah, I remember when you spent so many hours and hours and hours making giant dominoes before you realized you could have just used a mattress.
Yeah. I pretty much spent probably $300 and oh god, how many all-nighters making a set of 4 or 5 giant, like, human-sized dominoes, and then and carving the round corners of the foam and blah blah blah, and then I stood back and was like, oh, these are just twin-size mattresses or whatever. That was disheartening.
Warlord? I'm sorry, my vision isn't working this far away. He says he'll be back in the Patreon game soon.
Oh, thanks. What was your name on Patreon?
AJ Baki wants to know what the giant dominoes are for. They were for illustrating an idea.
Yeah, so my pastor had this particular idea that I can't even remember what it was so many years ago, and he just was like, how hard would it be for you to make human-sized dominoes for me to push over? I was like, that sounds easy. And then, yeah, like a month and 5 or 6 all-nighters later, Yeah. Okay, let's see, do I want to... Okay, I'm not going to paint these. I'm just going to grout them. My grout is here. Oh, Jennifer. Yep, that sounds right. One of my originals for $10. Yeah, no, I totally understand when people go through ups and downs financially. There is no pressure whatsoever. I'm happy for whatever support I can get for as long as it lasts. And thank you again from the bottom of my heart for when you were supporting. And thank you for any you do in the future. It's viewers like you that keep me going. Van Mortis supports me through horrible rhyming and jokes. Yep, just as valid. What I do is...
We thank you.
Is I go to the bank and I'm like, listen, this month, instead of paying my electricity with a check, can I please pay that bill with a Van Mortis joke? And they're like, sure. And it works out fine. No, but honestly, having people in the stream chatting, that is as valuable as financial support, for sure. Keeping the community active is always something that us art streamers...
They take all forms of Morta.
Yep.
Currency.
Box Morta, joke Morta, rhyming Morta, socks Morta... But yeah, I follow quite a few artists on Twitch, and yeah, the thing that keeps people there is having people to talk to. So yeah, people like Damon, Aletha, Van Morta, Spiral recently, you know, anyone who's in there chatting away, that's super valuable.
Just to know, why do you glue the foam to that board?
So these are all just test pieces that I'm doing right now, where it's not, this is not going to be the final product. You're going to hand me some of those rocks back there just so I can show the kind of tests I'm doing. I'm still figuring out how to do what I want to do. So you can see there's a variety of success, like this is a failure. That doesn't look like rock.
Work out very well.
Well, that's the back.
Oh.
Here's the front. That was my test of shattered tile work. And yeah, so thank you. So yeah, these are all things that I've been experimenting with, and now I'm trying to experiment what I'm going to do for the giant wall section that's going to cover this whole, like, this thing is going to be about 6 feet tall by 9 feet long, whatever. So before I just start applying it to this massive piece of foam, I'm going to figure out what's going to, A, look good with, B, the least amount of time to cover that amount of surface. So yeah, this is just test pieces.
Bye.
Okay,
Bye-bye, everybody.
I'll be there in a minute. Almost done. Alright, Varla, you've got to tell me how you pronounce your name. It says, really awesome seeing how many people are subbed on your YouTube channel now. Really happy for you. Yeah, thanks. For whatever reason, there has been a pretty significant uptick over on YouTube in the past month or so. We've been getting, I don't know, like 5 a day or something like that. Probably just like the algorithm on YouTube is like, you know, suggesting me to people who are watching similar videos more than it was. Oh, I hadn't thought of this, but I could totally color tint this grout before I put it in the cracks. I don't know that it matters much since it's going to be getting a coat of Mod Podge over it regardless, but good thing to consider. When it's this wet, I can't leave little dabby texture like I would like. Alright, I think that's a good place to call it for the day. We've been going, whoa, 5 hours and 52 minutes. Holy cannoli. I wanted to do an epic stream. Where's my paper towels? And I did an epic stream today, you guys. So at some point I should eat some food. Yesterday I managed to get to sleep early enough that I only ate one meal, so I had like 700 calories in total. And then I woke up this morning, I didn't eat anything, I just rolled out of bed after playing about half an hour of Dead Cells. Rolled out of bed and came straight to the studio and started working. So it's been pretty epic. Pretty epic. Yeah, so I will, let's see, probably not tomorrow being Thanksgiving at all. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm on Friday or Saturday. Definitely Sunday as per my usual. But yeah, I mean, I took this time off to do these specific things. It's really exciting to be doing these specific things. And I'm glad you guys are all here joining me for it. Quote says, no, creativity requires your brain, and your brain demands 20% of your caloric intake. Noms are important. Oh, trust me, when I get into nom mode, my brain has more than enough noms. when I let myself go on a holiday, it's not uncommon for me to do 4,000 or 5,000 calories in a day. So going a couple days where I do sub 1,000 are never a problem. So, yes. Okay, thanks again for joining. Super thank you for the attack and invasion. What are they called on Twitch? Whatever it is, where you guys all just decided to come and visit and check out a new guy. Super appreciate it. And I'll catch you guys, if not before Sunday, then Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific. Raids. They are called raids. Thank you, Quo. And Paycor Power. Thank you. Okay, bye guys.